Inner Lion Media.
When heaven meets earth, when people strive for greater understanding, when myth and legend are understood to be real and life-changing, when people become materially exhausted, unrequited, hopeless and isolated within themselves, at that darkest hour blossoms the flower of innate spirituality. As we ride in this soul car of the material body, it is to be understood that we are so much more than this clockwork combination of earth, water, fire, air, and ether in which we travel through time and space. While admittedly an exquisite machine, the material body is limited by the ever-present, seemingly unconquerable scourges of birth, death, disease, and old age upon the wandering, hungry soul. When one truly understands that they are not this body, but instead reside temporarily within its manifest combination of elements, only to expand their evolutionary jurisdiction and intimate understanding, then blossoms the flower of innate spirituality. When knowledge arises that mortal man is in fact an eternal spiritual qualitative spark of the unlimited divine fire of God, and that there is from the very first moment of time struck a long and loving relationship between the Creator and the created, then surely blossoms the flower of innate spirituality. Here is the opportunity, and now is the hour, to dive deeper than we have ever done into the wondrous realm of the ever-expanding field of divine consciousness. A singular chance to understand and embrace our real birthright of Sat, Chit, Ananda, or eternity, knowledge, and bliss ever-increasing and everlasting. It has long been said that sound vibration is a bridge between heaven and earth, and to marry that power to the wisdom of the ages is perhaps the strongest connection made between mortal man and the gods above us. Welcome, then, brothers and sisters, to a unique collection of ancient but also inspired contemporary thought on the true nature of our existence here within this wondrous material realm and beyond. This is your ticket to transcendence. A singular opportunity to fly free, soaring to places unknown but deeply felt. A means of intimate connection and liberating power. This is the Yoga Secrets Series.
सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा
ईश्वरः परमः कृष्णः सच्चिदानन्दविग्रहः अनादिरादिर्गोविन्दः सर्वकारणकारणम् चिन्तामणिप्रकरसद्मसुकल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरवीरविपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मीसहस्रशतसम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि वेणुं क्वणन्तमरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बर्हावतं समसिताम्बुदसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटिकमनीयविशेषशोभम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि
How is it possible for someone like me, who has been born into a family of demons, to offer appropriate prayers to someone like you, the Supreme Lord? To this point, highly qualified persons like Lord Brahma have not been able to please you with their streams of super excellent words, even though they are in the mode of goodness. Do I even stand a chance? I, who am not at all qualified. One may possess wealth, come from an aristocratic family, have beauty, perform austerities, acquire education, influence, intelligence, mystic power. But even with these qualities and more, one cannot please your lordship. One can satisfy you, however, by simply engaging in sincere devotional service. Gajendra did this, and thus you were quite satisfied with him. If someone has all 12 Brahminical qualities, but is not devoted to your grace, he is certainly lower than a devotee who is a dog-eater, but who has dedicated everything, mind, words, activities, wealth, and life, to the Supreme Godhead. A devotee is thus better than a Brahmin, because
One who has genuine devotion can purify his whole family, and indeed the entire world, while a so-called Brahmin in a position of false prestige cannot even purify himself. O Lord, I know you are fully satisfied in yourself. Therefore, when something is offered to you, it is really for the benefit of the devotee who is doing the offering. For you do not need service from anyone. It is merely by your mercy that such an arrangement exists at all. Here is an example of how this works. If one's face is augmented by cosmetics, the reflection of one's face in a mirror is also seen to be decorated. Therefore, although I was born in a demonic family, I may offer you prayers with all my heart as far as my intelligence will allow. Anyone who has been forced by ignorance to enter this material world may be purified of material life if he offers prayers to the Lord and hears his glories. My dear Lord, the demigods like Brahma are your special servants, and they are always transcendentally situated. They are created differently than me and my demonic father. But both demigods and demons can benefit from this fearsome form you exhibit before me. Ultimately, however, this form is manifested for your own pleasure, as an enactment of your own confidential pastimes. In addition, such an incarnation is always meant for the protection and improvement of the universe. My dear Lord Narasimha, please therefore allow your angry features to diminish now that my evil father Hiranyakashipu has been killed. Since even saintly persons who do not delight in the suffering of others take pleasure when a snake or a scorpion is killed, all the devotees have achieved great satisfaction because of the death of this demon. Confident of their happiness, they will always remember your auspicious if fearsome incarnation, for it frees them from fear. My Lord, you have never been vanquished by anyone, but you should know that I am not afraid of your ferocious mouth and tongue, nor do I fear your bright piercing eyes or your angry-looking eyebrows. I do not fear your sharp, awe-inspiring teeth, your garland made up of my father's intestines, your blood-stained mane, or your high, pointy ears. Nor do I fear your tumultuous roaring, which makes elephants flee for their lives, or your nails, which are dreaded by all of your enemies. O most powerful, unconquerable Lord, you are kind to fallen souls like me, so I am not afraid. In this life I have been put into the association of demons as a result of my sinful activities, and thus I only fear my fate in this material world. I would love to put an end to it. When will you call me to your lotus feet, which are the ultimate goal of all pursuits? O Great One, both pleasing and displeasing activities are in fact displeasing because they bind one to the material world. There are various solutions to this state of affairs, but these solutions are often as distasteful as the initial problem itself. Therefore, I think the only true remedy to the problem of material existence is to engage in your devotional service. Kindly instruct me. O Lord Narasimha Dev, by engaging in devotional service in the company of your pure devotees, I shall become completely free of the three modes of material nature, and I will be able to then chant your glories properly. Following in the footsteps of Lord Brahma and the chain of masters descended from him, I will glorify you as you desire, and I will cross the ocean of nescience in this way. Unfortunately, my Lord, most people cannot take advantage of this process because they are engrossed in the bodily conception of life. For this reason, they cannot do anything for their own betterment, and all remedies they embrace for the problems of life are short-lived. The sad truth of life in this world is simple. A father and mother cannot really protect their child. A physician and medicine cannot relieve a suffering patient, and a boat on the ocean cannot protect a drowning man. My dear Lord, everyone in the material world is working under the laws of material nature, being influenced by goodness, passion, and ignorance. Everyone, from the greatest demigod to the smallest ant, is governed by your energy. The cause for which they work, the place where they work, the time when they work, the goal of life they come to see as the ultimate, and the process for obtaining this goal are all just various manifestations of your energy. Indeed, since in one sense the energetic source and the energy are identical, all of them are but permutations of you. O Lord, O Supreme Eternal Being, by expanding your plenary portion you have created the subtle body of the living entity. Accordingly, the mind entraps the living entity in an unlimited network of desires to be fulfilled by the karma kanda, or fruit of activity, portion of the Vedas and the 16 elements. Who can get free from this entanglement without taking shelter of your lotus feet? My dear Lord, O Supreme Great, you have created this material world of 16 constituents, but you remain transcendental to their material qualities. In other words, these material qualities are under your full control, and you are never taken over by them. Therefore, the time element is your representation. My Lord, O Supreme One, no one can conquer you. As for me, however, I am being crushed by the wheel of time, and therefore I surrender fully unto you. Now kindly take me under the protection of your lotus feet. My dear Lord, people in general want to be elevated to the higher planetary systems for a long duration of life, opulence, and enjoyment. But I have seen what all of these advantages have to offer through the activities of my father. When my father was angry, laughing sarcastically at the demigods, they were deeply intimidated by the mere movement of his eyebrows. Yet my father, who was so powerful, has now been vanquished by you within a moment. My dear Lord, I now have complete experience concerning the worldly opulence, mystic power, longevity, and other material pleasures enjoyed by the people of this world, from Brahma down to the ant. And as powerful time, you destroy them all. Therefore, because of my experience, I do not wish to possess them for obvious reasons. My dear Lord, please put me in touch with your pure devotee and let me serve him as a sincere servant. This, and only this, is of true value. In the material world, every living entity desires some future happiness, the promise of what is yet to come, which is exactly like a mirage in the desert. In the desert, as we know, water is quite hard to come by. In other words, where is happiness in this material world? As for this body, what is its value? It gives us various diseases and little more. Ultimately, it gives us death. Many philosophers, scientists, and politicians of the world know this well. But nonetheless, they too aspire for temporary happiness, being led by more subtle illusions. In any case, happiness is very difficult to obtain. But because we are unable to control our senses, we run after the so-called happiness of the material world and never come to the right conclusion concerning the goal of life. O my Lord, O Supreme Being, because I was born in a family well known for their indulgence in the hellish material qualities of passion and ignorance, what is my position? What is my fate? And what is to be said of your causeless mercy, which was never offered even to Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, or the goddess of fortune Lakshmi? You never put your lotus hand upon their heads, but you have put it upon mine. Unlike an ordinary living entity, my Lord, you do not discriminate between friends and enemies, the qualified and the unqualified. because for you there is no conception of higher and lower. Still, you offer your blessings according to the level of one's devotion. Exactly as a desire tree delivers fruits according to one's desires, and makes no distinction between inferior and superior. O dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one following the other, I was about to fall into a blind well of poisonous snakes, following the way of the common person. But your servant Narada Muni graciously accepted me as his disciple, and instructed me how to achieve the transcendental position of being your devotee. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his nectarine service? O Lord, O unlimited reservoir of spiritual qualities, you have killed my father Hiranyakashipu and saved me from his sword. He has said with great anger, "If there is any supreme controller other than me, let him save you. I shall now sever your head from your body." I think that both in saving me and in killing him, you have acted just to prove that the words of your devotee are always true. There is no other cause. My dear Lord, you manifest yourself as the entire cosmic manifestation. You existed alone before the creation. You exist after the annihilation, and you are the maintainer between the beginning and the end. This essential nature is carried out by your inferior energy through the actions and reactions of the three modes of material nature. Therefore, whatever exists externally and internally is ultimately you alone. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, the entire cosmic creation is caused by you, and the cosmic manifestation is an effect of your energy. Although the entire cosmos is made up of you alone, you keep aloof from it. The conception of mine and yours is a type of illusion known as your Maya. But it must be a part of you as well, because everything is an emanation from you, and is therefore non-different from you. Indeed, the cosmic manifestation is non-different from your very essence, and annihilation of the three worlds is also caused by you. This relationship between your divine grace and the cosmos is illustrated by the example of the seed and the tree, or the subtle cause and the gross manifestation of existential reality. O my Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, after the annihilation of the three worlds, the creative energy is kept within you, and you appear to sleep with half-closed eyes. In fact, however, you do not sleep like an ordinary human being, for you are always spiritually situated beyond the creation of the material world, and you always feel transcendental bliss. As Karano Dakshai Vishnu, you thus remain in your transcendental status, not touching the material sphere. Although you appear to sleep, this so-called sleeping is distinct from the sleeping of ignorance. This cosmic manifestation, the material world, is also your body. This essential form of matter is agitated by your potent energy known as Kala Shakti, and thus the three modes of material nature come into existence. You awaken from your bed of Sesha Ananta, and from your navel a small transcendental seed is generated. It is from this seed that the lotus flower of the gigantic universe is manifested, exactly as a banyan tree grows from a small seed. From that great lotus flower, Brahma, the first created being, was generated. But Brahma could see nothing but the lotus. Therefore, thinking you to be outside, Brahma dove into the water and attempted to find the source of the lotus. This took him 100 years. He could find no trace of you, however, for when a seed fructifies, the original seed cannot be seen. Lord Brahma, who is celebrated as Atma Yoni, having been born without a mother, was struck with wonder. At this time he took shelter of the lotus flower, and when he had been purified after undergoing severe austerities for hundreds of years, he could see the cause of all causes, the Supreme Person, was spread throughout his own body and senses, just as aroma, although very subtle, is perceived in the earth. Lord Brahma could then see you possessing hundreds of thousands of faces, feet, heads, hands, thighs, noses, eyes, and ears. You were elaborately dressed, decorated with various ornaments and divine weapons. Seeing you in the form of Lord Vishnu, your symptoms and form being totally spiritual, your legs extending from the lower planets, Lord Brahma experienced otherworldly bliss. My dear Lord, when you appeared as Harigriva, the avatar with the head of a horse, you killed two demons known as Madhu and Kataba. You were totally taken over by the modes of passion and ignorance. At this time you delivered Vedic knowledge to Lord Brahma. Consequently, all the great saints accept your variegated forms as transcendental, untinged by any material qualities. In this way, my Lord, you descend variously as a human being, an animal, a saint, a demigod, a fish, or a tortoise, maintaining the entire creation in different universes and killing demonic principles wherever they may be. According to the age, my Lord, you protect the principles of religion. In the age of Kali, however, you do not assert yourself as the Supreme Godhead, and therefore you are known as Tri-Yuga, or one who appears in only 3 of 4 ages. My dear Lord of the Vaikuntha planets, that spiritual domain where there is no anxiety, my mind is extremely sinful and lusty, and thus I feel happy at times and at other times distressed. My mind is full of lamentation and fear, and for this reason I always seek more and more amounts of money. Consequently, my mind has become terribly polluted, and it is never satisfied in topics concerning you. I am therefore most fallen and poor. In such a degraded status of life, how shall I be able to discuss your activities? My dear Lord, O beloved one who is supremely infallible, my position is like that of a person who has many wives, all trying to attract him in their own way. For example, the tongue is attracted to palatable dishes, the genitals to sex with an attractive woman, and the sense of touch to contact with pleasing things. The belly, though filled, still wants to eat more, and the ear, not accustomed to hearing about you, is generally attracted to popular songs of mundane topics. The sense of smell is attracted to yet another side. The restless eyes are attracted to scenes of sense gratification, and the active senses are attracted elsewhere. In this way I am overwhelmed by embarrassment. My dear Lord, you are always situated on the other side of the river of death. You are transcendental to this material world, but we, the ordinary living beings, are suffering on this side of that river, and this is due to the reactions of our own activities. Indeed, we have fallen into this cruel river and are repeatedly suffering the pains of birth and death, and in this condition we are eating horrible things. Now kindly look upon us, upon all who are suffering in this world of birth and death, and by your causeless mercy and compassion, deliver us from the river of death and maintain us in spiritual happiness. O my Lord, O Supreme God, original spiritual master of the entire world, what is the difficulty for you who manages the affairs of all existence, of all the material and spiritual universes, in delivering the fallen souls engaged in your devotional service? You are the friend of all suffering humanity, and because you are a truly great personality, it is necessary for you to show mercy to the foolish. Therefore I think that you will show your causeless mercy to persons like us who engage in your service. O best of the great personalities, I am not at all afraid of material existence, for wherever I stay I am fully absorbed in thoughts of your glorious activities. My concern is only for the foolish and unfortunate who are making elaborate plans for material happiness and who are spending valuable time maintaining their families, societies, and countries. I am simply concerned with love for them. My dear Narasimha Dev, I see that there are indeed many saintly persons, but they are interested only in their own liberation, not caring for the passion and ignorance associated with big cities and towns. They go to the Himalayas or the forest to meditate with vows of silence. They are not interested in saving others from the cycle of birth and death. As for me, however, I do not wish to be liberated alone, leaving aside all these poor fools who are less fortunate. I know that without consciousness of you, without taking shelter of your lotus feet, one cannot be happy. Therefore I ask you to bring them back to the shelter of your lotus feet. Sex life is compared to the rubbing of two hands to relieve an itch. Fallen householders, so-called grihastas, who have no spiritual knowledge, think that this itching is the most intense form of happiness, although actually it is only a source of distress. These miserly people, the fools who are just the opposite of Brahmins, are not satisfied by repeated sensuous enjoyment. Those who are sober thinkers, however, who are able to tolerate this itching, are not subjected to the suffering of materially contaminated fools. By genuine Vedic knowledge, one can see that the forms of cause and effect in this cosmic manifestation belong to the Supreme Person, to you, my Lord, for the cosmic manifestation is your energy. Both cause and effect are nothing but energies of God. Therefore, O Lord, just as a wise man, by considering cause and effect, can see how fire pervades wood, those engaged in devotional service understand how you are both cause and effect, and how you pervade all of existence. O Supreme Lord, you are air, earth, fire, sky, and water. You are the object of sense perception, the life airs, the five senses, the mind, consciousness, and false ego. Indeed, you are everything, subtle and gross. The material elements and anything expressed either by the words or by the mind are nothing but you. Neither the three modes of material nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance, nor the predominating deities controlling these three modes, nor the five gross elements, nor the mind, nor the demigods, nor the human beings can understand your divine grace, for they are all subjected to birth and annihilation. Considering this, spiritually advanced persons take to devotional service or bhakti. Such wise men and women hardly bother with Vedic study. Instead, they engage in the practice of devotional service. Therefore, O Supreme Lord, O you who are the best of all persons to whom prayers are offered, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, because without rendering the 6 kinds of devotional service unto you, offering prayers, dedicating all the results of activities, worshiping you, working on your behalf, always remembering your lotus feet, and hearing about your glories, who can achieve that which is meant for the greatest swan-like souls?
Part 2. What follows are three extraordinary classes from the ancient Vedic scripture, the Srimad Bhagavatam, given in an ashram in India by Amarendra Das, a very advanced devotee, pundit, and devotional yogi, on the subject of the advent of the lion incarnation of Godhead and his beloved devotee, the young boy yogi Prahlada. Although these talks may sometimes seem to be spoken at a very high level of understanding, which indeed they are, the overwhelming common-sense knowledge, simile, and simple philosophy so expertly spun herein is nevertheless easily appreciated by students at any level of advancement on the path of devotional yoga. In a world of watered-down nonsense philosophy, mental speculation, and uninformed expertise, here is a genuine devotee who not only has the knowledge, education, and vocabulary needed to convey the lofty essence of the ancient Vedic scriptures, so vital to a true understanding of yoga, but also a deep self-realized living awareness of their true purport. Anyone, therefore, who carefully listens to these enlightened, yet informal common-sense talks will rapidly progress along their own path to perfection on the tried and true road of bhakti, and thus quickly enter into the ever-sweet loving service to and understanding of the original Supreme Person in the form of the fierce half-man, half-lion, and his dedicated young, perfected disciple. Thus, these lectures represent a milestone in understanding the deeper yoga secrets that truly have the power to embolden hearts, change minds, and deliver us at last from the manifold miseries of the material realm to the upper reaches of spiritual perfection.
What does Prahlad Maharaj represent? 7th Canto Bhagavatam describes the term used for Prahlad Maharaj is Prahlada Keshava Priyaha. We'll repeat that. Prahlada Keshava Priyaha, which means that Prahlad for whom Keshava, Krishna, was very dear. Or another meaning, that Prahlad who was very dear to Keshava. So the word Keshava Priya, Priya means dear and Keshava means Keshava, Krishna. So one meaning is dear to Keshava, or that Prahlad for whom Keshava was dear. Both meanings are there. So why was he dear? Because Krishna has said, and Narad Muni has said this in the 4th canto Srimad Bhagavatam, Dayaya sarva bhuteshu santushtya yena kenava sarvendriya upashantya cha tushyati ashu janardhana. That Janardhana, Krishna, is pleased and very quickly pleased if we follow three principles. What are those three principles? Dayaya sarva bhuteshu, by having compassion on everyone. Whether somebody is a devotee or not a devotee, human or an animal, male or female, a child or an adult, irrespective of any material circumstance, dayaya sarva bhuteshu, having compassion and love for everyone. And santushtya yena kenava, to be satisfied at all times. Even if the prasadam is little spicy or little salty or less salt, no problem. That is what Krishna has arranged today for me. Instead of complaining and criticizing and shouting at the cook, we should be happy. We should think that we are sadhus in Radhakund or in Vrindavan, and we have gone on Madhukari, on begging, and this is what we have received today. This is what Radharani has arranged for us today. And to be happy, to be satisfied with the quality of anna that we received that day. The amount of money that we make, we should be satisfied. Chanakya Pandit says we should be satisfied with three things. The amount of food, the amount of wealth that we make, the quality of food, and the spouse that we have. These are the three things that man will generally crib about. I could have got better food or more money, etc. But Chanakya Pandit has said these three things we should be satisfied with. So Prahlad Maharaj says, to have, please forgive me, Narad Muni says, to have compassion on everyone, to be satisfied at all circumstances. Whether something is happy or something is sad, something is lamentful or remorseful, or something is filled with hankering, no problem, just to tolerate and move on. And third, sarva indriya upashantyacha, to control all our senses and not let it go astray. If we do these three things, then Narad Muni says, tushyati, it pleases. Ashu, very quickly, Janardanaha, Krishna. Because Prahlad Maharaj had all these three qualities at all times to everyone, he always had compassion. He had compassion on his teachers, and therefore when they taught, he seemed to pay attention. He seemed to pay attention, although he was not registering and believing all that. But when they would ask questions, Shanda and Amarka would ask questions, he would answer. He would perfectly answer. He had compassion on his classmates. He had compassion on his father. He had compassion on everyone. And santushtya yena kenava, whether he was kept on the palace, whether he was tossed into fire, he was just satisfied remembering the Lord. And sarva indriya upashantyacha, always controlled his senses, never retaliated, never shouted. Even when his father was ill-treating him, Prahlad never lost his cool. There's not one verse in the 7th canto where Prahlad Maharaj tells Narasimha Dev, are you even there? I'm remembering you so much. Why don't you come? Why do bad things happen to good people like me? And or telling his father, now you're doing all this, but Krishna is watching. You see what he will do to you. He's not speaking like that. There's not one verse in the 7th canto where Prahlad Maharaj is either doubting the presence of the Supreme Lord or criticizing the activities of his father. He's just tolerating. Unending tolerance. And we can see the Lord is so pleased when we tolerate. Prahlad Maharaj tolerated, the Lord came. Haridas Thakur was whipped in 22 marketplaces every single day by the tormentors, and he tolerated. And in the Mahaprakash Leela, we see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showing his back to the devotees and saying, actually, I was the one who covered Haridas Thakur from the back. So all the hitting, the whip marks are on my back. And I did that because Haridas Thakur is such a great Vaishnava. Haridas Vina Ratna Shunya Hoila Medhini. Kaviraj Goswami describes that when Haridas Thakur left, it was almost like Mother Earth lost her jewel. Prithvi, Medhini, is a stree, is a woman. And she has a nice, let's say, a nice pearl here on the forehead, or let's say a nice crown. And who's that pearl or who's that crown? That is Haridas Thakur. So imagine a queen without the forehead pearl or without the head crown. Kaviraj Goswami says Haridas Thakur was like the crown on the head of the woman called as Prithvi, Mother Earth. And when Haridas Thakur left, Mother Earth was bereft of her crown. Haridas Vina Ratna Shunya Hoila Medhini. Jaya 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 Haridas Namera Mahima Jar Korela Prakash. And who is that Haridas Thakur? He's Prahlad Maharaj. He's Brahmaji in the mood of Prahlad Maharaj. It's fascinating, the presence of Prahlad Maharaj. Even in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, we see Narad Muni is going all over the place, finding for the best devotee. And then he comes to his own disciple, Prahlad. Why? Because Lord Shiva mentions greater than me as a devotee is Prahlad Maharaj. So imagine, Vaishnavanam Yatha Shambhu, Lord Shiva, who Shambhu himself, is the greatest devotee. He's saying greater than me is Prahlad. That is the position of Prahlad Maharaj. And when in the 6th canto, when Yamadutas ask Yamaraj about the Vishnu Dutas, especially in the section of Ajamil, out of the 12 Mahajans, Yamaraj at that time quotes Prahlad as one of them. Swayambhu Narada Shambhu Kumara Kapilo Manu Prahlado Janako Bhishmo Bali Vaya Sakhi Vayam. He quotes Swayambhu, Brahma, Narada, Shambhu, Lord Shiva, Kumara, the 4 Kumaras, Kapila, the son of Devahuti, Manu, Prahlad, Janaka, Mother Sita's father, Bhishma, Bali Maharaj, Shukadev Goswami, and Yamaraj himself. 12 Mahajans, of which Prahlad is one of them. At the age of 5, he's quoted as a Mahajan. Such a great Vaishnava. Such a great Vaishnava. Even when Narasimha Dev appeared, all the demigods are offering prayers and he didn't get pacified. Lakshmi Devi was afraid, and Brahma was afraid, and Shivji was afraid, and Indra is coming and offering his prayers, and the Pitrus are coming and offering, and Siddhas and Kim Purushas and Kinnaras and Yakshas and Vidyadharas and Charanas, all of them are offering prayers, and Narasimha Dev is still fuming. He's still fuming, his tongue like a sword, licking the dripping blood out of his mane and his face, and eyes spitting fire after completely shredding Hiranyakashipu, ripping him to pieces, and having a garland of his intestines. Narasimha is fuming, and it took a Prahlad Maharaj to pacify him with sincere, heartfelt prayers. This is the position of Prahlad Maharaj. Very great Vaishnava. Very great Vaishnava. Even in Chaitanya Leela, when Vasudev Datta, when he tells Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, my only desire, when the devotee Vasudev, he tells Mahaprabhu, my only desire is, I want to take the sins of everyone in the whole creation and suffer for them in hell, and let all of them go back home, back to Godhead. Let everyone go back home, back to Godhead, and I will take all their sins and I will go to hell and suffer. Mahaprabhu's heart melts and he says, this is not surprising that you're speaking, because you are an incarnation of Prahlad yourself. So you can see multiple personalities taking that mood of Prahlad Maharaj, whether it's Haridas Thakur as Brahmaji taking the mood of Prahlad, or whether it's Vasudev. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, it's not surprising at all. You are Prahlad Maharaj. And Prahlad Maharaj's mood is, Naivo dvijet paraduratkaya vaitaranyas tvadvirya gayana mahamrita magna chitta shoche tato vimukha chetasa indriyartha maya sukhaya bharamudbhavanti moodaha. Srila Prabhupada would quote this verse to say that Prahlad Maharaj is saying, Naivo dvije paraduratkaya vaitaranyas. My Lord, I am not concerned about how I am going to cross over the ocean of birth and death and how I will attain your lotus feet. That's not my concern. Why it's not your concern? Because Tvat Virya Gayana Mahamrita Magna Chitta. Prahlad Maharaj tells Narasimha Dev, I am just absorbed and engrossed in chanting your holy names. And look at the formation of words. Tvat means Bhavataha, yours, Narasimha Dev. Tvat Virya, your pastimes. Tvat Virya Gayana, singing. Maha Amrita, the great nectarian ocean. Magna Chitta, my mind is drowning in the great ocean of singing your heroic pastimes and glories. So Prahlad Maharaj says, oh Narasimha Dev, because I am glorifying you and constantly singing your glories, I naivo dvijet paraduratyaya vaitaranyas. I have no concern and I have no anxiety about how I am going to go back home, back to Godhead. I have no anxiety. Why? Because I'm constantly singing your glory, so I have no problem. So then Prahlad Maharaj says, but however, my anxiety is shoche tato vimukha chetasa indriyartha. My concern is for those dull-headed materialists. Vimukha chetasa indriyartha. Why am I saying dull-headed? Because he says, Maya sukhaya bharam udvahanti moodhaha. Prahlad Maharaj uses the word dull-headed. For someone who's turning their face away from Krishna and trying to search for joy in this world without bhakti. Prahlad Maharaj says, my concern is for such people because they are carrying the load of reactions. They are trying to enjoy this world and they're committing so many sinful activities and they're going to get reactions for that and they're going to suffer in the future and they're going to take lifetimes after lifetimes after lifetimes of suffering. And when I think of them and I think about how much they are going to suffer in this world, my Lord, my heart bleeds. I want all of them to go back home, back to Godhead. I have no concern about how I am going, Prahlad Maharaj says, because on the boat of constantly chanting your glories, I will cross over the ocean of birth and death. But my concern is for these dull-headed materialists who have turned their face away from you, who are searching for joy in this world, who are committing sinful activities, who are drowning in the reactions of such abominable activities. And now they're taking repeated birth and death, and they will never get your lotus feet, my Lord. I feel like preaching to all of them and saving all of them and taking all of them with me back home, back to God. This is my concern. Such a strong statement coming from Prahlad Maharaj. This shows us the importance of preaching. Srila Prabhupada did not sit in the dham just chanting and purifying himself, like many sadhus say. I will first cleanse my heart and then I will preach. But when will we cleanse our heart? It's an eternal process. We will never be able to cleanse our heart 100% because the more we cleanse, the more we think in humility that I'm contaminated. So does that mean we will never share Krishna consciousness with others? Prabhupada said, speak as I speak and do as I do. That is Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, preaching is the essence. Prabhupada Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur preached fearlessly. It was Srila Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur who had the printing press, and coming up with magazines and articles spreading the glories of the Lord. A newspaper every single day. Nadiya Prakash. A newspaper glorifying Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And somebody said, how can you bring in a newspaper every day about God? Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur said, I can bring a newspaper every minute, but it's just that you don't have the time and the taste to read it. Ours is a preaching mission. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur was a preacher. He prayed to Jagannatha to have a preacher son who can appear to him. In 1896, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he sent Lord Chaitanya, Life and Precepts, a book in English, to the McGill University in Canada in 1896, the same year when Srila Prabhupada appeared. Wasn't a coincidence that the year the book was sent to the Western world happened to be the same year when the messenger who's going to go to the Western world is going to appear. So Prahlad Maharaj, he represents the heart of a preacher, tolerating all odds and continuing to preach to his father, continuing to preach to his teachers, continuing to preach to his classmates. When there is lack of preaching, that is where the problem is. On one hand, just a little bit of historical contemplation. In the olden times, we see the Brahmanas were given the service of preaching and uplifting other classes in society. But when the Brahmanas kept the knowledge to themselves, and didn't preach this message outside, they thought that the Shudras were untouchables. They were, below the consideration of human society. They were outcasts. When the Brahmanas were thinking like that, they kept the knowledge to themselves. The 4th canto Bhagavatam describes when there is no preaching, it's like water held in a pot which has holes. Very soon the water is going to drip out. That's exactly what happened. The Brahmanas lost their Brahminical potency because they were not sharing this knowledge with others. You see, Shastra is compared to a lamp. In Bhagavad Gita, Tesham evanu kampartam aham ajnanatam tamaha nashayami atmabhavasto jnana deepena bhasvata. Jnana deep. Scriptural knowledge is compared to a lamp. And same in the Bhagavatam. Yasvanubhavam akhila shrutisaram ekam adhyatma deepam. Bhagavatam is called as the lamp, adhyatma deepa. Bhagavad Gita is called as the lamp. Bhagavatam is called as the lamp. And what does the lamp mean? The lamp is supposed to light other lamps and make all of them effulgent and yet remain as effulgent as before. The lamp, when it is used to light other lamps, it continues to shine brightly. But if you just keep it somewhere, it will get extinguished in no time. So knowledge is like that. Shastra is like that. If the Brahmanas keep it to themselves, it's going to get extinguished. It's supposed to be used for preaching. The lamp of bhakti is supposed to light other lamps. Brahmanas are supposed to set it in the lives of others and give everybody a chance to know Shastra. But in the olden times, the Brahmanas did not do that. They kept the Shastra to themselves. And of course, had some caste system where they didn't consider other castes. As a result, there was a very big reversal in society. The Brahmanas lost their potency. And nowadays you can see Brahmanas even eating meat and smoking. The Brahmanas are supposed to become Brahmana Vaishnavas and spread Krishna consciousness. But because of doing this, because of lack of preaching, they lost their purity. On the other hand, we saw that those who were not proper Brahmanas, they started giving the Brahmin thread to one and all without any qualification. Of course, Prabhupada, Saraswati Thakur and others gave it to those who were qualified Brahmanas, not by birth, but by activities. Chaturvaranyam maya srishtam guna karma vibhagasha. But in the olden times, on the pretext of creating equality, the Brahmanas, instead of preaching, many of those saints or so-called saints, they started giving Brahmin thread to one and all. And that caused another upheaval in society. reversal in society, upstart in society. So either the Brahmanas are not preaching, or they're diluting and preaching whatever bogus philosophy that they want. This is not what is expected. So Prahlad Maharaj represents what is the duty of every devotee. It's to burn in compassion, seeing the suffering mankind. Prabhupada came on the Jaladuta, and in the song he writes, "My Lord, I don't know why you got me here. But the fact that you've got me here, which means you want me to do something." And almost everyone is in Rajogun and Tamogun in the Western world. And I heard His Holiness Niranjan Maharaj once in Boston say, Prabhupada is so kind to say almost all. Actually, everybody was in Rajogun and Tamogun, but Prabhupada says almost all are in Rajogun and Tamogun. How am I going to preach? Prabhupada says that Katha Shuddha hobe. What will I speak? Shuniya Shabara Shokha Dukkha Je Guchibe. Aniya Che Jadi Prabhu Amake Nachate Nachao Prabhu Nachao Se Mate. Prabhupada writes, Kashtera Puthali Jatha Nachao Se Mate. Nachao Prabhu Nachao Se Mate. My Lord, I don't know how I'm going to speak. I don't know how they will understand my accent. I don't know how they will understand the philosophy. They're almost in Rajogun and Tamogun. But you please sit on my tongue, and you make me dance like a puppet. And this is the mood of Prahlad Maharaj. He's burning. My Lord, how is everyone going to be uplifted? And we can see preaching is so dear to Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, he says, Yaidam paramam kuhyam madbhakteshu abhidhasyati bhakti mahi param kritva mame vaishasi ashamshayam. Krishna says, anybody who preaches this message of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishna consciousness is the most dearest of all to me. Someone will say, but I don't know Shastra. So should we wait to know all the 4 Vedas and 18 Puranas and 108 Upanishads, and only then we will preach? No. Prabhupada said, you study 2 sentences, you speak 2 sentences. Very simple. We have to use our intelligence and try to connect Krishna in the lives of one and all. Param Pujapad Gopal Krishna Maharaj explains, when Prabhupada came to Montreal, Canada, I think 1968 or 1969, Prabhupada did a public program, and it happened to be in a Christian setup. It was, I think, at a church. And Prabhupada was speaking about Krishna consciousness. So there was one man, Indian man, who was part of Prabhupada's entourage, who had arranged the program. So at the end of the program, Prabhupada said, any questions? And there's no questions from anyone else. But this man got up. And he was the one who arranged the program. And he got up and he started criticizing Prabhupada. He said, I thought you were a different kind of saint, but you're coming here and trying to convert. What is the need to preach to the Christians about your Hindu dharma? You follow it in your home. Why are you telling them? You're coming to their church and you're trying to influence them. Of course, the father and the nuns, and none of them had any problem. Prabhupada spoke so eloquently and scholarly with so much compassion. But this man had a problem. You see, when there is an opposition from the outside world, there's no problem. We can battle that. But when it's from the internal, this man was part of the entourage of Prabhupada who arranged. And he criticized Prabhupada. And Prabhupada just tolerated. And later, Srila Prabhupada called Gopal Krishna Maharaj and said, can you call that man? And Gopal Krishna Maharaj said, but Prabhupada, he criticized you in public. And Prabhupada said, maybe I would have done that to him in my past life. So Krishna very kindly gave it back to me. What level of compassion is this? Prabhupada comes from the spiritual world, lives at Radha Damodar, takes sannyas and lives at Radha Damodar, and comes to the Western world only to save us. And then a man who's arranging the program criticizes, and Prabhupada has the compassion to say, and the tolerance to say, and the humility to say that maybe I did this in my past life to him, and therefore Krishna is just arranging it back for me. This is the mood of Prahlad Maharaj. If we want Narasimha Dev to shower mercy in our lives, of course, the pastime of Prahlad Narasimha is known. But the lesson that we can learn is to tolerate. Tolerate like a tree. Absolutely tolerate like a tree against everything, anything and everything. And no complaining. I remember one time I came outside after a program, and I couldn't find my slippers. Typically in a program, you see this mess in the home program. Slippers are all over the place. So there's a joke that if the world has X problems, devotees have X plus one. And what is that? Finding slippers after a home program. That's the extra problem that we have. So after a program, I came out and I couldn't find my slippers. And I got so agitated and upset. I was thinking, where are my slippers? Where are my slippers? And then finally, after I got my slippers, I was sitting in the car and contemplating. 1 hour I gave a class on tolerance. And Krishna can humble us just by hiding our slippers for some time, and to see how attached we are and how easily we get agitated and easily we get provoked by not finding even something as insignificant as our slippers. So this was Prahlad Maharaj, tolerating everything. His father throws him down, and imagine the person whom Prahlad Maharaj loves the most, that is his father. His only plan is to kill his son. It's not that Hiranyakashipu had a 9-to-5 job and then he had some chores at home and then he would think how to murder Prahlad. No, that wasn't the thing. Hiranyakashipu had the demigods cut vegetables in his kitchen, which means he was that powerful. Just by the moving of his eyebrow, Indra was trembling. By the movement of Indra's eyebrow, the whole of Vrindavan was trembling during the Govardhan Leela. And Indra was trembling by the movement of the eyebrow of Hiranyakashipu. Think about it. And when Prahlad Maharaj was talking to Hiranyakashipu, the only plan that Hiranyakashipu had was to murder his son Prahlad. If we are in a house where our own house members are making plans and conspiracies to kill us, we can't even sleep properly because we'll have panic attacks and anxiety attacks and palpitations, thinking that now when I go to sleep, they will kill me. And Prahlad Maharaj was so surrendered. He was so surrendered. In fact, in his prayers, he says, Balasya neha sharanam pitarau Narasimha. O Narasimha Dev, sometimes children think that the parents are the protectors. But I have realized you are the only protector. Why he's saying that? Because his father, his Rakshak, had become his Bhakshak. In Sanskrit, there are two words, Rakshak and Bhakshak. Rakshak means protector, and Bhakshak means destroyer. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying that in my life, my Rakshak, my father, became my Bhakshak. So I have realized that parents are not our protectors. Ultimately, Krishna, you are the only protector. You are the only protector. Many times we see parents try to protect the child, but the child dies. Why? Because Krishna has decided that's the destination. And on the other hand, unfortunately, many times parents themselves, they give medicines and surgeries to kill their own child in the womb through abortion. And mysteriously, the child is born. So many times, the parents try to kill the child in the womb, and the child is mysteriously born. Now, please tell me, who protects the child at that point? Parents who are supposed to be the only protector to that child are planning to murder the child. But Krishna is protecting at that point. So Prahlad Maharaj tells Narasimha Dev that sometimes parents are considered to be the protectors, but who gives them the intelligence to protect the child? Who gives them the strength to protect the child? And ultimately, they can protect only till the time they are alive. And who's that life force in them? That is you, Krishna. Oh, Narasimha Dev, you are the only one who protects everyone. Avashya Rakshive Krishna. Dainya Atma Nivedana Goptritve Palan. Avashya Rakshive Krishna Vishwasa Palan. This is Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He says, Dainya Atma Nivedana Goptritve Varan. That to be humble, to consider Krishna to be our only maintainer and protector. Avashya Rakshive Krishna Vishwasa Palan. Shadanga Sharanagati Hoive Jahar. Tahara Prarthana Sune Sri Nanda Kumar. When we have this unflinching faith that Krishna is my only protector, that's when Krishna hears our prayers. If we have our this insurance and this policy and kung fu and karate and our bank balance and our guns to protect us. And then we say, Krishna, please protect me. What kind of protection is that? What kind of surrender is that? Because we have made our own plans. In one neighborhood, 5 out of the 6 homes were robbed. There was break-in. And the 6th home was untouched. And then later there was investigation as to why the 6th home was untouched. Then they got to know that the board outside the house said, we don't call 911, we have guns. So the thieves didn't enter that house because they were scared that they will be firing. So the point is, we have our security guards, the house is armed, we have our guns, we have karate and kung fu and whatnot to protect ourselves, and we have savings, we have life insurance policies, we have so many things well drafted and well crafted for our protection. And then we say, Krishna, please protect me. But when we put our hands up like Draupadi and like Prahlad, like Gajendra, and Krishna is our only protector, that's when Krishna listens to our prayers and comes to protect us. So Prahlad Maharaj says, just like parents seem to be protecting the child, but actually, Krishna, you're the only protector. Another example given is doctors and medicine seems to protect the patient, but actually, Krishna, you're the only protector. Prahlad Maharaj says 3 examples. He says, parents are not the true protectors for the child. Doctors are not the true protectors for the patient. And a boat is not the true protector for a drowning man. Prahlad Maharaj says in his prayers. And we can see this. The doctor, who gives the ability to the doctor, has what to do with the patient. Matta smriti jnanam apohanam cha. Krishna says, I am the remembrance, I am the knowledge, I give the forgetfulness. So the doctor remembering his knowledge and remembering what to do and using his creativity and using his application at that point and his experience, that is Krishna. Doctor definitely has a place of his own where he treats the patient. That place is Krishna. That bhumi doesn't belong to the doctor, it belongs to Krishna. And all the apparatus that he's using, he's not going to perform surgery with his fingers. He uses some apparatus, he uses some instruments. And all of them are made out of the material energy of Krishna. So the instruments are Krishna. The bed, the place, the ability in the doctor, everything comes from Krishna. And the doctor ultimately can protect only till the time he's alive. So that life force is Krishna. And also the medicines that the doctor gives, assuming it's an Ayurvedic doctor, the source of all those medicines is Vanaspati, trees, nature. That's again coming from Krishna. And how the medicine should work in the body and treat, that ability in the body comes from Krishna. So ultimately, who's protecting? It's Krishna who's protecting. One time, my Guru Maharaj, he took one of the devotees, actually one of the, in one of the congregations many, many years ago. One child accidentally swallowed poison. So Srila Guru Maharaj rushed the patient, the child, to the doctor. And the doctor somehow pumped out the poison out of the body. And then finally, after reviving the child, the doctor looked at Srila Guru Maharaj and said, ultimately, Hare Krishna people also surrender to doctors only. At the time of difficulty, all you Hare Krishna people also ultimately have to take shelter of doctors only. So Srila Guru Maharaj said, no, we always take shelter of Krishna in the past, in the present, and in the future. We don't depend on any doctors. So the doctor said, then why did you bring him to me? Why did you bring him to me? I was the one who treated. How did your Krishna protect? He asked. He said, I was the one who made the child vomit out the poison. I was the one who was administering what to do. So I did it. Krishna did not do it. So why are you giving credit to Krishna? The doctor asked Srila Guru Maharaj. So Srila Guru Maharaj said, because Krishna is giving you the ability. You don't have the ability of your own. Krishna is giving it to you. Of course, the doctor didn't understand this logic. It was too high class for him. So he said, no, ultimately, I am the one who's doing it. God is not doing it. So Srila Guru Maharaj said, have patients died in your hospital? So doctor said, yes, unfortunately, that's the reality. Many have died also. So Guru Maharaj said, what medicine did you give them so that they die? The doctor said, I didn't do anything. They died because of their own karma. So Guru Maharaj said, if they die out of their own karma, then they're saved also because of their own karma. You're not doing anything. If you are not killing them, then you're not rescuing them either. It's their karma, and karma ultimately is maintained by the Supreme Lord. It's Krishna who protects. He's just using you as an instrument. And this is the same point that Prahlad Maharaj is making. O Narasimha Dev, parents cannot protect the child, and doctors and medicines cannot protect the patient if you don't desire. Ultimately, you are the protector. We can see in the Mahabharata also, 5 Pandavas on one side and so many others on the other side. Everybody gets destroyed except these 5 because Krishna is on their side protecting them. So many reversals. Their wax palace was set on fire. Bhim was given poison. They were attacked with deadly weapons. Their children were slaughtered by Ashwathama. The wife was disrobed in mid-assembly. They were ousted, sent into the forest, and 1 year of incognito. How much trouble. But nothing happened to them. Krishna protected them through all of that. There was a big world war for 18 days in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and everybody died. The biggest Maharathis died. But nothing happened to the Pandavas because Krishna was protecting them. Krishna was protecting them. Karna actually had a weapon called as the Ashwasen Astra, which was a Sarpastra, which was an arrow made out of snakes. And it had the power that once it's released from the bow, it will destroy anyone and everyone. And Karna used that against Arjun, and Arjuna did not see it. So as the Sarpastra was coming towards Arjuna to behead him, to knock off his head, Krishna, with all his strength, pushed the chariot down by a few inches, and all the horses sat down. And as that happened, that arrow, which was supposed to knock off the throat of Arjun, knocked off the helmet. Who protected? Krishna protected. Who protected Arjuna during the battle with Jayadratha? Krishna protected. Krishna protected at all times. In the Ramayana, the battle of Ram and Ravan also went on for 18 days, like the battle of Kurukshetra. And at that point, we can see 17 days Ram and Ravan were fighting, but on the 18th day, Ravana started praying to Lord Shiva because he could see that Ram was now going to kill him. Ravana understood he can't survive longer. 17 days was a long time. Now, 18th day, he will be finished. He knew. And he was praying to Lord Shiva. Ravana had composed so many prayers for Lord Shiva. Jatatavi galat jala pravaha pavitastale galeva lamba lambyatam bhujanga tunda malikam dhamad 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 ninadamar vayam chakara chanda tandava karotuna shiva shivam. Ravana had composed the Shiva Tandava Stotram for Lord Shiva. He was so powerful that he could lift up the whole Kailas and dance with Lord Shiva on top of it. That is how powerful Ravana was. He had offered his 10 heads in sacrifice for the pleasure of Lord Shiva. And now he was praying to Lord Shiva, please protect me. And Lord Shiva was in contemplative meditation. Mother Parvati looked at Lord Shiva and said, your devotee is calling out to you for protection. Please protect him. Lord Shiva said, let him die. I'm not going to protect him. Mother Parvati said, why won't you protect him? You protected him till this day. Why won't you protect him now? Lord Shiva said, I protected him till this very day because the actual killer had not arrived. Now that the actual killer, the Supreme Lord himself has decided to kill him, I cannot protect him. Mare Krishna rakhe Krishna mare ke. Till now I kept him alive only so that he can finally come at this point ready to be receiving the fortune of being killed by Ram. That's why I protected him till now. But now when the Supreme Protector himself has come to destroy him, who can protect him? So the point is, Ram is our only protector. Krishna is our only protector. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, parents cannot protect their children. Doctors and medicine cannot protect the patient if the Lord doesn't want to protect. And ultimately, he also says, a boat can't protect a drowning man if Krishna doesn't desire. What is that boat made up of? It's made out of material elements, which comes from Krishna. Bhumi rapaha anala vayu kammano buddhirevacha. So that boat is also Krishna. So if Krishna desires, then the drowning man can be protected. But if Krishna desires for him to drown, who can protect? A boat cannot protect. There is a story, one time a sadhu was traveling with other travelers and nobody knew he was a sadhu. He was just peaceful, patient, sitting in the corner, unassuming and chanting the holy names. And suddenly the boatman started saying the boat is rocking and the boat is going to drown very soon. What did the sadhu do at that point? He started taking all the water from the ocean and pouring it into the boat. Instead of pouring it outside, the water was coming in. So he's supposed to pour the water out. But he started pouring the water in, more water from the ocean. He started pouring it into the boat. And people thought he's gone nuts. What is he doing? And then later, when the boat became steady, and the boatman said, now we will not drown, everything is okay. So at that point, the sadhu started taking water from the boat and throwing it out. So people were confused by this behavior. They asked the person, the sadhu, when we were drowning and the water was coming in, why were you throwing more water in? And now that we are safe, why are you throwing all the water out? Like, we don't understand. So the sadhu said, my desire is one with the desire of Krishna. When the boatman said we are drowning, I thought I understood Krishna's desire is that we are all going to drown. So I was just helping. Krishna was throwing in water into the boat. So I was just helping get more water because I just want to serve the Lord in his desire. And finally, when the boatman said we will not drown, I understood Krishna doesn't want us to drown and he wants us to be protected. So I started throwing the water away. My desire is not to protect myself or to destroy myself, but just to align with the will of the Lord. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying, a boat cannot protect a drowning man unless Krishna desires. When my Guru Maharaj was speaking in this section, he remembers the example of Titanic. It's mentioning that such a engineering genius, such a big, wonderful ship that was considered to be like the crown of scientific technology and construction and engineering for the human society. But then it's in its first ever trip across the Atlantic Ocean, it drowned. So hundreds and thousands of people all partying and enjoying and singing and dancing with all the security, with all the expert guidance on board. It sank because that was the will of the Lord. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying, till the time the Lord doesn't desire, the boat can't do anything to a drowning man. Parents can't do anything to the child. And medicine and doctors can't do anything to the patient. Ultimately, it's Krishna who's the protector. So we must have this unflinching faith. Krishna is my only protector at all times. It's not anything else. It's not my 401k which is going to protect me. It's Krishna who's going to protect me. Nothing else. It's only my Supreme Lord. So if we have the tolerance of Prahlad Maharaj to tolerate everything, the preaching spirit of Prahlad Maharaj out of compassion, and the dependence on the Supreme Lord as the only protector, if these three things are there, then the Lord is ready to break the stamba and appear in our lives. What does the stamba mean? Stamba means pillar. But in Sanskrit, the word stamba also means pride. So Narasimha Dev could have broken anything, but he broke the pillar, the stamba, to show us that if we are proud like Hiranyakashipu, then the Lord will break our stamba. He will break our pride and appear. So these are the three principles that we can learn from Prahlad Maharaj. To tolerate like Prahlad against all odds, to preach like Prahlad with compassion, and to depend like Prahlad for our protection, as the Lord is our only protector. And Srila Prabhupada exemplified all three. He tolerated all obstacles and reversals. He preached in the spirit of Prahlad Maharaj and always was depending on the Supreme Lord as the protector. As I conclude, I remember one time Srila Guru Maharaj was asked that, Maharaj, there's a lot of trouble in my life and I'm not able to chant Hare Krishna. And Srila Guru Maharaj shot back real quick. He said, do you have more trouble in your life more than Prahlad Maharaj? Are you saying you're more distressed than Prahlad Maharaj? Is your life that bad? He said, no, not like Prahlad Maharaj. Srila Guru Maharaj said, when Prahlad Maharaj could chant the holy name against all odds, why can't you? And then in Hindi, Srila Guru Maharaj gave a very nice sutra, which I would like to conclude with. He said, Jeevan hamara bigda hai, rakshak hamara tagda hai. Which means even if our life is messed up, Jeevan hamara bigda hai, still we should remember, rakshak hamara tagda hai. Our protector is very strong. Don't tell Narasimha Dev how big your problems are. Go and tell your problems how big Narasimha Dev is. So to tolerate against all odds, to preach with compassion, and to depend on the protection of the Lord. These are the three principles that we learn from Prahlad Maharaj. And if we do that, Prahlado Keshava Priyaha, we will also become dear to the Lord like Prahlad Maharaj. So we'll pause here. Thank you so much. The pastime of Narasimha Dev and Prahlad Maharaj is very well known. So I just thought of churning out some lessons as sadhakas that we can learn in our life. Grantraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Vigna Vinash Narasimha Dev Bhagwan ki jai, Bhakta Shiromani Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaura Premanande, Hari 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 Vo.
Part 3.
Prahlad Maharaj says that bhakti must start from childhood. So he's an acharya. He practices himself and he preaches also. So don't waste time. Use every moment. This life is certainly very rare, very precious. We have got after so many transmigrations. So please don't waste it, is the advice that Prahlad Maharaj gives his friends. Also in that same section, he says, Tat prayasah na kartavyaha yatha ayu vyayah param na tatha vindate kshemam mukunda charanam bhujam. He says, don't waste your time in doing anything that doesn't increase devotion, doesn't increase your attraction towards Mukunda charanam bhujam, the lotus feet of Mukunda, the giver of liberation. Now, when Prahlad Maharaj speaks all these beautiful transcendental topics, Prahlad Maharaj's friends are pretty intrigued and they're amazed. At the same time, they are wonderstruck. How is it that you're of the same age as us and you're also born in a demoniac land? In fact, we are all Asura Atmaja, we are all children of the Asuras, and you are the son of the king of Asuras. So what you're taught and what we are taught as far as home culture is concerned is almost the same, that Hiranyakashipu is God. Then how is it that at such a young age you learnt all of these things while we are still trying to process what you actually told us? So as a response to that question as to how he learnt it, in the 7th chapter of the 7th canto, Prahlad Maharaj addresses his friends and he starts speaking about the history of how he heard it. It's interesting, in the 7th canto, Narad Muni is the actual speaker. All other cantos you see, Shukadev Goswami is the speaker. But in the 7th canto, Shukadev Goswami speaks to Parikshit Maharaj, relaying the words of Narad Muni. Narad Muni is speaking to Yudhishthir Maharaj at the Rajasuya Yajna in the 7th canto. And that is, the whole conversation has been repeated by Shukadev Goswami. So this is actually spoken by Narad Muni himself. Narad Muni is speaking, very interestingly, this section. Evam daitya suto prishtho mahabhagavato suraha uvacha tansmaya manas smaran mat anubhashitam. So Narad Muni is saying that when the friends asked Prahlad, how is it that you remember? At that time Prahlad Maharaj replied, Evam daitya sutai prishto. When the sons of the demons asked Prahlad Maharaj, at that time Mahabhagavata, the great Prahlad, replied. Who is saying? Narad Muni, the spiritual master, is glorifying the disciple. And now when the disciple speaks, the disciple will glorify the guru. Interesting. So when the friends asked, at that time Mahabhagavata Prahlad, the great devotee, Uvacha, he spoke. Tan smayamana. He smiled and he spoke. Why did he smile? Smaran mat anubhashitam. Narad Muni is telling Yudhishthir Maharaj, whatever I told him while he was in the womb, he remembered all of that. And now he's smiling because his friends are giving him an opportunity to remember me. So that the relation between the spiritual master and the disciple has been illustrated here. Narad Muni is doing good to the disciple even before seeing him. Narad Muni has not even seen Prahlad while Prahlad is in the womb. In fact, Prahlad's mother has also not seen Prahlad. But the nature of compassion is such that Prahlad Maharaj loves the Supreme Lord. And the Supreme Lord loves everyone. And therefore, Narad Muni loves everyone. Ayam nija paro vetti gananam laghuchetasam udara charitanam tu vasudha eva kutumbakam. Those who have very narrow-minded thinking, they love things associated to them. Ashanam me, vasanam me, jaya me, bandhu vargo me. They like their plate, they like their food. Ashanam me, vasanam me, they like their clothes, they like their ornaments, they like their belongings. Jaya me, they like their family, their parents, their spouse. And bandhu vargo me, they like their children, their grandchildren. They like their friends, because they're all connected to the body. But the Shastra says, Ashanam me, Vasanam me, Jaya me, Bandhuvargo me, iti me cha kurvana. In Sanskrit, the word me means mine. So Ashanam me, this food is mine. Vasanam me, the clothing is mine. Jaya me, the wife or the spouse is mine. And children are mine. And Bandhuvargo me, the friends are mine. The extended family is mine. In this way, a conditioned soul spends all of his life saying me. Iti me cha kurvana. This is mine, this is mine, this is mine. And naturally, next life he becomes a goat. Because it is the nature of the goat to do meh. Keeps doing meh. So the Acharya is saying Ashanam me, Vasanam me, Jaya me, Bandhuvargo me. He's been doing meh. Mine, or like the language of the goat, he keeps doing meh. So therefore, naturally, material nature gives him a body where he can continue doing his meh. But Narad Muni is not someone with that kind of mindset who loves only people connected to his body. He loves the Supreme Lord himself. And the Supreme Lord loves the whole creation. And therefore, if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, naturally, according to mathematics, A equals C. So Narad Muni loves everyone. Absolutely everyone. And he loves Prahlad also, whom he has not even seen. And it's interesting. Prahlad also reciprocates that love. How? Prahlad Maharaj is sitting in the womb of his mother. He has not seen his Gurudev. He doesn't even have a picture of his Gurudev. He doesn't even have the pranam mantra of his Gurudev. But still he's hearing to his Gurudev so attentively. Now in the time of Corona, oftentimes this question is asked, how do we serve our Guru? How do we serve the Vaishnavas? Oh, my Gurudev has departed. Oh, my Gurudev is in another country. I don't see him. I don't get personal association. These are some excuses sometimes we propose. But it's interesting. Prahlad Maharaj did not see his Gurudev also. He didn't even have a picture. He didn't have mantra. He didn't have pranam mantra. He had not even taken Harinam. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But the connection of the spiritual master with the disciple is that of compassion, and the connection that the disciple has with the spiritual master is hearing. And this is a classic example how Prahlad Maharaj heard. And in the first verse itself, Smaran mat anubhashitam. Whatever I spoke to him, Narad Muni is saying, mat anubhashitam smaran. He remembered that, and therefore smayamana. He smiled when he was asked questions. It's interesting. When we speak 1 hour class, and at the end of that, someone asks us, well, that's all okay. You tell me how you know so much. We will say, wait a minute. How does that matter to you? You just take the knowledge and move on. But it's interesting. Prahlad Maharaj, he did not get angry. And it's interesting that the friends of Prahlad Maharaj were looking at Prahlad Maharaj like a friend. They did not have this adara buddhi. Oh, you sit on the Vyasasana, we'll put a garland and we will hear to you taking subordinate position. You are our superior, right? They didn't do that. They were hearing like friends. Just like Arjuna asked Krishna, you gave all this knowledge to the sun god. How is it even possible? So here, similarly, when asked, Prahlad Maharaj is smiling. When he's asked questions, smayamana. Bhagavatam is very, very sweet. Every word has meaning. Why the word has been placed. So Prahlad Maharaj smiles because he gets a chance to repeat Krishna Katha that he heard from his Gurudev. He gets a chance to remember his Gurudev. And this is how we express gratitude. Srila Prabhupada was once asked by his disciple, Prabhupada, what can we do for you? Srila Prabhupada said, you cannot do anything for me. How much I have given you, you can never reciprocate. But if you ever want to reciprocate, do 2 things. Accept what I have given you in your life and share it with others. So this is exactly what Prahlad Maharaj is doing. Janma sarthaka kari, kara para upakar. He has practiced the philosophy that Narad Muni has given him while he was in the womb, and now he gets an opportunity to share it with his friends, and this is why he is smiling. Now, when Prahlad Maharaj starts speaking, first of all, he gives a background history. This is how Harikatha must be spoken. Prahlad Maharaj is teaching us. He could have just answered it. Wait a minute, my mother was protected and I was in her womb and Narad Muni spoke to me, that's it. But he doesn't do that. Attention to details is a sign of affection. Prahlad Maharaj has so much affection for his Gurudev that whatever happened and whatever could be explained in 2 minutes, he spends a whole chapter of 55 verses explaining what his Gurudev did to him. So this is how we express gratitude, by speaking about our spiritual master, speaking about what we learned from our spiritual master. So in the first 30% of the chapter, we see Prahlad Maharaj is explaining the background history. He says that my father and the king of demons, Hiranyakashipu, when he went to the Mandarachala Parvat, the mountain, for austerity, at that time Indra thought, now is a good time to plunder and finish Hiranyakashipu's rule. So as soon as Hiranyakashipu left his kingdom and went to the Mandarachala mountain to perform his austerities, severe austerities, Indra along with his army attacked the headquarters and the palace, the kingdom of Hiranyakashipu, attacked and completely plundered everything. Started killing all the demoniac associates of Hiranyakashipu, and they started running for their life. In fact, the Bhagavatam describes the demons, they left their home and they started running for their life. They left their wives, they left their children, they left their animals. Pashavaha, the word has been used. Now, someone could say, well, leaving animals, how is that even considered renunciation? We have to understand, whenever in Shastra we see animals, we have to translate that as vehicles for us. Because during that time, they used elephants, they used horses for traveling. So what do we use for traveling? We use our two-wheeler or, four-wheeler, or three-wheeler. So to leave behind those vehicles is detachment. So the demons ran away. They ran away from their home. They left their wives. They left their children. They left their vehicles in the form of animals. They left their treasury. They left their paraphernalia. And as they were running away, Indra was laughing. In fact, in the Bhagavatam, it is described, Indra started punching, his feet on the floor, claiming that, yes, the snake of Hiranyakashipu is being eaten up by these small ants of my kingdom. So all my men may be small, they may be like ants, but Hiranyakashipu now has become a weak snake. And you see, the snake punctures and makes a hole and lives in that hole. But when the snake becomes weak, the ants in that hole take over the hole and eat up the whole snake. This has been seen in this world. So Indra started saying, yes, we are all like small ants. And Hiranyakashipu is like a snake. And he punctured a hole and he started living there. But now his reactions have come to strike him for all the sins that he has performed. And we as the small ants, we are going to eat him up. And after plundering and destroying everything, Indra finally arrested the wife, the queen. In fact, the wife of Hiranyakashipu, Queen Kayadu. And Bhagavatam describes she was so innocent. She was like a small bird who was caught now by a vulture, ready to be devoured. So Indra arrested Kayadu. And Bhagavatam very beautifully describes when Kayadu was helpless because, she was completely sinless. She did not partake in any of Hiranyakashipu's atrocities. And at the same time, she was pregnant with a child. So she was completely faultless and sinless and helpless at this point. So at that time, what happened? Bhagavatam describes Yadrichaya agatah tatra. Prahlad Maharaj is telling his friends, at that time when my mother was in danger, Narada Muni, Yadrichaya, somehow or the other, agatah tatra, he somehow reached there. This is the nature of sadhus. Whenever and wherever someone is helplessly calling out to the Supreme Lord for help, the sadhu will be sent there. Whether or not we are able to recognize is another question altogether. But Narad Muni, we will see, is always sent in different places wherever there is some work to be done. Either preaching to be done, or somebody has to be protected, or somebody has to be purified. You see, Narada Muni went Yadrichaya when Vyasadeva was bewildered. Narad Muni went Yadrichaya when Dhruva Maharaj was going to the forest. Yadrichaya means by the will of providence, by his own sweet will. Narad Muni came to Manigriv and Nalakuver Yadrichaya in Kailas while they were committing offenses there. Narad Muni goes into the forest Yadrichaya when Mrigari is killing the animals half dead and taking pleasure. Narad Muni is always there. When Valmiki Muni needs some engagement in service by empowering him to write the Ramayana, Yadrichaya Narad Muni reaches there also. Very interesting. There's no way to communicate with Narad Muni. There's no way you can write an email or a text message or call him up and say, we need you. But Narad Muni, being a celestial, intercosmic or intracosmic also traveler, Yadrichaya, by the will of providence, by his own sweet will, according to the decision of the Supreme Lord, he freely moves beyond dualities and he reaches. So there Narad Muni comes and he tells Indra that what you're doing is not correct, because the words used are Surapati, you are the king of the demigods, and Mahabhaga, you have a lot of good fortune in your bank account, spiritual bank account. But para parigraham, when you touch the wife of another man, your spiritual bhagya will reduce. According to Shastra, when anyone touches another man's wife, then automatically his life will reduce. This is given in the Shastra. That's the best way to reduce one's life, is to touch the wife of another man in inappropriate thought process. The only one who can do it is the father, of course, the father of the woman, or the brother, the older brother. These are the only two, and of course the husband. But apart from them, nobody else has the authority. And if any other man touches, you see in the life of Ravana, everything was destroyed. Everything was burned to ashes because of his offense of touching another man's wife. So para means someone else. Parigraham, she has already been accepted by another man. Please don't touch her right now, says Narada Muni. And you are Mahabhaga, you have a lot of spiritual piety. Don't reduce it. And at the same time, what are her characteristics? Anaghasam, which means she's sinless. And at the same time, although Hiranyakashipu is such a demon, Sati, she is chaste to him. So she has so many virtuous qualities. She is accepted. Paraparigraham, she's already somebody's wife. Second, she's chaste. Although she knows he is, beyond any repair, still she does her patni dharma and she's very chaste, Sati, towards him. And Anaghasam, she's sinless and faultless. And you are Surapati and you are Mahabhaga Yukta. You have so much bhagya, you have so much spiritual piety. Therefore, muncha means give her up. Leave her, release her. Muncha. Twice it has been used. So Narad Muni was pretty, persuasive at this point. And Indra immediately, he folded his palms, but he proposed his thought process. He told Narad Muni that she may be sinless, but she is giving birth to the source of all sin. Avishahihyam, which means intolerable, and Surad Dvishaha, the enemy of the demigods, is growing up in that womb. An intolerable demon, Avishahyam and Surad Dvishaha, an intolerable enemy of the demons, of the demigods, is growing up in the womb in the form of the son of Hiranyakashipu. This child is going to be part 2 of Hiranyakashipu. Therefore, it's better, although she's sinless, I will not kill her, but I want your permission. If I can keep her in my kingdom, says Indra to Narad Muni, I need your permission if I can keep her in my kingdom. And once she delivers this baby, I will kill the child and then release her back to you. So at that time, Narad Muni says, actually, you're talking about she being sinless and the child inside being the source of all sin and the part 2 for Hiranyakashipu. Well, since you are asking about the child, let me speak. Now, Narad Muni is speaking 5 adjectives for Prahlad. He says, first of all, he is Nishkilbishaha. Kilbisham means sin. Nishkilbishaha means sinless. Point number 1, Narad Muni is telling, this child in the womb is sinless. Second, Mahan, he is very great. 3, Bali, he is very strong. Fourth, Mahabhagavata. He is a pure devotee. And most importantly, fifth, Ananta Anuchara. He is the follower, he is the servant, he is the dedicated, surrendered soul at the lotus feet of Ananta, the Supreme Lord. And because of these 5 characteristics, namely being sinless, being great in character, being very strong as a Kshatriya and spiritually also, and fourth being a pure Vaishnava, and fifth being a constant follower of the Supreme Lord, O Indra, I challenge you, says Narad Muni. Even if you take Kayadhu, the innocent wife of Hiranyakashipu, even if you take her and you think when the child is born you can kill the child and release her, I can honestly tell you, you cannot kill him. Not possible. Because of these 5 characteristics, no one can kill him. So it's interesting that Prahlad Maharaj is repeating these things to his friends. How can anyone who is a pure Vaishnava speak about himself? Well, it's only because he is quoting his Gurudev. He is not saying, well, I am pure, therefore they couldn't kill me, or that's why Indra released. No. He's so selfless. Prahlad Maharaj is so selfless, if you see. He doesn't even name his mother even once. The word Kayadhu doesn't even appear in the chapter. So if someone had to speak about themselves, they'll start off by speaking about their mother's name first. But Prahlad is so selfless, he doesn't even name his mother. And he's speaking all of these things to his friends, just repeating what his Gurudev, Narad Muni, told Indra, and how much gratitude he wants to offer at the lotus feet of Narad Muni. So Indra has been challenged by Narad Muni that even if you take, you cannot kill this child, because this child is very great. So naturally, when Indra hears that, okay, this is going to be a great devotee, I don't want to, kill this child. You know, in the 6th canto, already Indra has taken mountains and mountains of Vaishnava aparadh. Mountains. The whole 6th canto you can read. Whether it is disrespecting his Gurudev Brihaspati in the court by not even acknowledging his presence, or whether killing Dadichi Muni, sharing all of his sins in all 4 directions, and then attempting to kill Vritrasur, who happens to be a great devotee. So Indra has a lot of role to play in the 6th canto. And then you can see in the 8th canto, Bali Maharaj comes and kicks Indra out of kingdom. You know, he's taken out, and this is why his mother Aditi performs the Payovrata, so that Vaman Dev can be born as Upendra, as the younger brother of Indra, to get the kingdom back from Bali. In the 10th canto, we see Indra again takes aparadh by, of course, being an instrument to facilitate the Govardhan Leela. So Indra is a pure Vaishnava. He's a great devotee. But on and off, you can see that he makes some mistakes. So now in the 7th canto, he is very, very careful. He does not want to kill Prahlad Maharaj, and nor does he want to go against the words of another pure Vaishnava, Narada Muni. Therefore, with respect, he releases Kayadhu. And with all of his associates, Indra orders them, let's do a circumambulation of Kayadhu. Because once the child is born, he will be traveling like Narada Muni, and it's difficult for us to find him and perform parikrama. And parikrama is a very strong limb of bhakti. We should perform parikrama. By that, we will make a lot of spiritual advancement. In fact, in the Puranas, there is a very wonderful story, very beautiful story, that one time a hunter, he shot an arrow at a bird, and the bird fell from the branch of the tree down. Shot an arrow, and the bird fell down. Now the hunter was very happy, I can go and claim the bird. But before the hunter went there, a dog came and picked up that bird in the mouth, because the dog was hungry. Now the hunter thought, this arrow has been shot by me to kill and take the bird, but this dog is coming and claiming the proprietorship over the bird. So now the hunter started running behind the dog, and in the mouth of the dog is the dying bird. And this is all happening in the middle of the forest. Of course, there's nothing spiritual in the middle of the forest then, but a few hundred years before that, in that same place, there was a temple. So this dog, of course, there's no temple now when the pastime is going on, but a few hundred years ago, there was a temple. So this dog, being afraid of another arrow coming from a hunter, is running around in circles to save his life. As a result, what happened to the dog through the hunter, I don't know. The story doesn't describe. But by then, the bird in the mouth of the dog dies and immediately gets a four-handed form and goes back home back to Godhead. So now the rishis are all perplexed. How did this even happen? So the answer given is there used to be a Vishnu temple there. And when the bird was in the mouth of the dog and the dog was running in circles, it happened to perform parikrama, circumambulation. So look at the situation of the bird in the mouth. The bird is dying, and etavan sankhya yogabhyam swadharma parinishtaya janma labha parapumsam ante narayana smritihi. There was no smritihi here, but still, because he happened to be in the mouth of a dog which was doing parikrama of a temple which doesn't exist right now but existed a few hundred years ago, the bird went back home back to God. So you can imagine, if there is an actual temple with actual deities and there is an intention to walk around to please the Lord, you can imagine how much benefit we can amass. This is Pada Sevanam. Pada Sevanam means to serve the feet of the Lord, the lotus feet of the Lord. But at the same time, it means to serve the Lord with one's feet, which means parikrama, going around Tulsi, going around Gurudev, going around Krishna, going around Vrindavan Dham, going around Giriraj. This is the seva for the feet. Radha nama sudha rasam rasayitum jivhastume vivhala padau tat padakankita sucharatam vrindatavi vithishu tad karmaiva kara karotu hridayam tasya padam dhyayatam tad bhavotsavatah param bhavatume tad prananatherati. Prabodhananda Saraswati said the bhajan for the feet is to walk around in circles around the deity of the Lord. So that is the purpose here. So here Indra, along with all of the demigods, Bhagavatam very clearly describes that he performed parikrama of Kayadu because she was holding Prahlad in her womb. And there, it's very interestingly described, Ananta Priya Bhaktya Enam, that she was circumambulated. Why? Because in her womb was an Ananta Priya Bhakta, was someone who was very, very dear to Ananta Shri Krishna. So Prahlad Maharaj is speaking all this. Then he says, so in this way, this pastime is continuing. So the friends are saying, but our question is, how do you know all this? Prahlad Maharaj is saying, hold on, I'm coming to that. Narad Muni then took my mother Kayadhu to his ashram, protecting her from all forms of attacks, and told her to stay. So immediately the friends, their eyebrows are, moving up, because how can a sannyasi like Narad Muni keep a Mataji who's somebody's wife in his ashram? That is a very interesting question. Narad Muni tells Indra not to take Kayadu, but he takes Kayadu to his ashram. So how is it possible? So immediately Prahlad Maharaj answers that in the verse by saying, Narad Muni starts speaking. Narad Muni starts speaking to my mother by calling her Vatse, O daughter. O daughter, Yavatte Bhartuhu Agama. You can stay here till the time your husband is performing austerity. When Yavat, when Tava or Te Bhartuhu, your husband Agama, when he comes, you can go with him. Till then, He Vatsa, Vatse, or O child, you can be in my ashram. Please stay fearlessly. So Prahlad Maharaj is telling his friends that my mother stayed fearlessly there and she performed austerities. And she also rendered service to Narad Muni. And as she performed service to Narad Muni with bhakti, Narad Muni would speak Harikatha to her. Tattu kalasya dirgatvat stritvat matu tirodhade rishi anugrihitam mam na adhunapi ajahat smritihi. Prahlad Maharaj says, Tattu kalasya dirgatvat. Although this happened a long time ago, and stritvat, although my mother was someone who was not given any previous Harikatha, she didn't go to any Gurukul. You see, generally in Shastras, when the word stri comes, the question can come, why is it is described that, even women can understand, even women when they practice, they can get it. Are you putting women down? No, well, the answer is Stri, or the Vaishnavi section of society at that time were not given Gurukul education. So generally the Brahmanas, the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas in the male had entry into the Gurukul. And more importantly, Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, and even more prominence to the Brahmanas. So Shudra men did not have Gurukul system, and women from all castes, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, they didn't go to Gurukul at that time. So many times it is described in Shastras, even Shudras and women can understand this. So it doesn't mean they are being put in the same category. It means that those who don't have formal education in the Gurukul, even they can understand this subject matter when taught properly by a great devotee. So here Prahlad Maharaj is saying, my mother had never heard Harikatha in her past because she was a woman and she never got any chance to go to Gurukul. And now she heard it from Narad Muni. However, Tirodadhe, she forgot. Prahlad Maharaj is saying three things here. He's saying, I remembered, but my mother forgot. So the question could come, how is it that you remembered? Prahlad Maharaj says 3 points here, very, very important. Oftentimes people ask this question also. How is it that, some of us remember Shastra and some of us forget Shastras? Some of us study Shastras and we are able to remember, and some of us study Shastras and we forget. So what decides that? So here Prahlad Maharaj says 3 points. Point number 1, he says, Kalasya Dirgatvat, which means if you don't, if you hear it in a long time and then you haven't heard it, naturally you will forget. So the trick is, you should not have Kalasya Dirgatvat. Harikatha should not be heard once, in a blue moon, or studying of Shastra should not be done once in a blue moon. The answer is, it must be done regularly. Second point is, not just that, one should keep speaking it. One should constantly keep speaking it. So now you see, Prahlad Maharaj's mother, when she heard it, she never thought she will have an opportunity to share it with anyone. So naturally, she did not hear it like that. But Prahlad Maharaj in the womb thought, oh, well, this I can share with others and they can also get benefited. So point number 1, Kalasya Dirgatvat. One should keep studying Shastra, whatever we want to remember, constant practice. Second, we should keep sharing. Whatever we write, whatever we hear, the more we teach it, the more we share it, the more we understand. And third point, now even after this we may forget. So the third point is, Rishi Anugrihitam Mam. Prahlad Maharaj says, well, Narad Muni had some special mercy on me. So these are the 3 things. And why did Narad Muni have special mercy on Prahlad? Because Prahlad Maharaj had faith in the words of Narad Muni. This is why Prahlad Maharaj is telling his friends, when I speak, hear with faith. Because when I heard from my Gurudev, I heard with faith. So the 3 things to remember Krishna Katha, to remember shlokas, to remember Vaishnav songs, to remember anything from Shastra, any pastime. 3 things. Don't keep long intervals between your study or your hearing. Let that be a regular thing, at least once a day, every day. Second thing, keep sharing. You see the river, when the water in a well is stagnant, it becomes dirty. But when the river water keeps flowing, it remains pure. So similarly, bhakti is also like that. Transcendental knowledge is also like that. You keep it storing like a well in the heart, then we may forget. It may either evaporate or it may get contaminated because of not properly using it. But if the transcendental knowledge in the heart is used like a river, it keeps flowing, then that water of bhakti remains pure. This is the second point. And the third point is, one should have the mercy of the spiritual master by having faith in him. So after saying this, Prahlad Maharaj, after giving this introduction, he speaks to his friends. So he speaks in 3 sections actually. He speaks his instructions in 3 sections. In the first section, he teaches his friends who they actually are. He asks his friends around, tell me something about yourself. Isn't that a common question? We are also asked in interviews, in forms, in different formal professional paperwork that we have to write something about yourself. Tell me your name, tell me your background, right? We always have to tell about ourselves. So Prahlad Maharaj looked around and he said, before I start speaking, I want to ask you, in the first section of my instruction, please tell me something about yourself. And all the friends start speaking about their demoniac background, and they are the children of such a great demon, and their mother's name, their brother's name, sister's name, where they come from, how young they are, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years old. And Prahlad Maharaj looks at them and he nods his head in disagreement. And there Prahlad Maharaj actually starts speaking who they actually are. Atma nitya avyaya shuddho eka kshetrajna ashrayah avikriya swadrik hetu vyapako asangi anavritah. He says, you are none of these things actually. You are Atma. Loudly say that you are a spirit soul. They said, spirit soul? What kind of spirit soul? Prahlad Maharaj tells his friends, Nitya, all of you are eternal. Don't say you're 5 years old. What does 5-year-old mean? This body you got 5 years ago. But when I ask about you, you tell me about you. Nitya, you existed even 6 years ago. You existed even 15 years ago as the Atma. So then the friends say, oh, we existed that long? How long? So he says, Nitya Sada Sarvada, you've always been existing. So the friends naturally say, oh, but something that exists that long must be very old, isn't it? So immediately Prahlad Maharaj says, Avyaya. No. We are eternally young. Eternally young. So it's not that you're 5 years old, you're eternal. Your body may be 5 years old. This body is a few years old from the time when it got it from the parent by the mercy of the Lord. But the soul is eternal. But that doesn't mean it's old. It is eternally young. So then the friends say, but if something is eternally existing, we have seen if you keep something for a long time in one place, then a lot of dust accumulates on top. So is the Atma also like that? Because we have been for a long time, forever we have been existing. Does that mean we are all dirty? So Prahlad Maharaj says, no, Shuddha. The Atma by nature is very pure. So then the friends say, oh, he's also Atma, I am also Atma, he's also Atma. You said we are all Atma. Does it mean we are all one? We are all one Atma? Fragmented in different parts? So Prahlad Maharaj says, no. Ekaha. Your individual Atma. Your Atma 1, Atma 2, Atma 3. You have all individual identity. Then they say, oh, really? So is it only one Atma or there are multiple Atmas in the body? Prahlad Maharaj says, yes, there is one Atma which is your identity. And next to you, there is also the super soul sitting, who is Kshetrajnaha and Ashraya Tattva. He is the one whom you should take shelter of, and he knows you better than you know yourself. So in this way, because he is present and you're sitting next to him, the whole body is effulgent. As soon as the soul leaves, the body is dead, because the body is by nature matter. And in this way, oh souls, please understand that you are not this body. You are actually a spiritual spark. You are Atma, and next to you seated is Paramatma. So then the friends say, if this is that simple, then why is it that we are not able to understand while you understood? Some of us understand, not all of us understand. Why is it this Atma Tattva? Why is it so Atma Tattva? Why is it so rare to understand? Why is it so difficult? So Prahlad Maharaj is giving the example. Just like if you have to dig for water, if you dig in 12 places, you will not get water. But if you use all of that energy and go in one place and you exactly know where to dig, then if you go with intensity, then the chance of getting water is faster. All the water is present underground because it is covered by land and it's covered by so many different structures. You can see that water. Similarly, the water, which is the soul here, is covered by the land of the body. And only someone who's expert knows how to dig in and how much intensely to search for that Atma within and find it. Somebody who's digging in 12 places, he can never find water. Which means if someone is trying to find happiness in children and grandchildren and money and home, digging in all possible ways, they will not get happiness. On the other hand, under an expert guide like Narada Muni, Gurudev, when we dig inside, not outside, but we dig, going for the path of self-realization, the journey of self-discovery, and with intensely we practice sadhana, then you can get the water of Atma Tattva. Then the friend said, oh, so we're all spiritual sparks. Prahlad Maharaj said, that's right, we're all spiritual sparks. But then why don't we see it? If we're all that, why don't we see it? Prahlad Maharaj said, because you are covered by two clothing. Just like if there is someone who's wearing, a kurta or a t-shirt and then also wears a winter jacket, you cannot see him. Even his body, you cannot even see the cloth because there is a jacket. So similarly, O friends, that soul has been covered twice by two clothing. One is called as the subtle body, and one is called the gross body. The subtle body includes mind and intelligence and false ego, things that exist but we can't see. And the gross body includes the Pancha Mahabhuta, earth, water, fire, air, ether. So this body is made out of gross elements, and inside you can see the covering of mind, intelligence, and lots of false ego in my example. So in this way, the Atma is covered with these two layers, Prahlad Maharaj explains to his friends. So then the friends are asking, okay, so we are all spiritual sparks. We are all part of Krishna. Is that right? Oh yes, you're all part of God, the super soul. And we are all covered by these bodies. So if that is so, then why is it that everyone considers themselves to be the body? That's really surprising. Prahlad Maharaj says, it is like someone who's sleeping. In a dream state, imagine you're sleeping, and in the dream state you see a dream where you see a lion chasing and we are running, very scared. We're running left, right, center as fast as we can to save our life. And then we are palpitating and sweating and we are crying for help. But when we wake up, we see there is no fear, there is no running, and there is no lion, right? So Prahlad Maharaj says, all these emotions are only in the dream. How do you help such a person? Imagine in the dream, if someone is running in fear of a lion or a tiger, what do? How do you help that person who's seeing such a horrifying dream? Can you keep a gun in his hand? Can you give him some sword to fight with? These things won't help. The best thing is to wake him up. When he wakes up, that's all that you have to do. That's the best help. So Prahlad Maharaj says, everyone in this world, those who are seeing, this is my wife, this is my husband, these are my parents, this is my children, this is all like a dream. And if you really want to help that person, just wake them up to reality, that this is not the reality, this is just a dream. The reality is turning back to the Paramatma who's there next to the spirit soul. So Narad Muni is saying that my Gurudev woke me up. I was in my mother's womb, but I was hearing attentively with my ear. And because I was asleep in this dream state of this world, my Gurudev Narad Muni woke me up. And if you hear attentively, dear friends, Narad Muni is telling his friends, then this Hari Katha will wake you up too. So this is the end of the first section. Then the second section, the friends ask, can you describe this dream more? We want to know more about this dream that you're talking about. So Prahlad Maharaj says, Raya kalatram pashava sutadayah mahi griha kunjara kosha bhutaya sarvartha kama kshana bhangurayusha kurvanti martasya kiyat priyam chalaha. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, the dream of this world is filled with lots and lots of opportunities for false enjoyment. Rayah, in the form of wealth. Kalatram, spouse. Pashavaha, animals or vehicles, as we previously described. Suta or Suta, son, daughters. Griham, home. Mahi, land and property and investments and business. Kunjara, opulences in the form of elephants, and sometimes people have pets at home and whatnot. And kosha, lots of bank balance. Bhutaya, lot of opportunities to enjoy luxury and opulences and so much money and so much enjoyment. Even after all this, Prahlad Maharaj says, Sarvartha kama kshana bhangurayushaha. The person doesn't find happiness. Only his life is going down piece by piece by piece. Just like when we are chanting, we pull the counter bead one after another. Similarly, material nature is pulling one day after another in our life. And kurvanti martasya kiyat priya chalaha. Whatever the dead man, the mortal being is trying to seek happiness, they're all moving by the influence of time. Today we have it, tomorrow we don't. And in this way, this dream is such that the senses and the mind are only running for the true thing, which is joy, but in the wrong direction. So they never get it. And the person frustrates himself in this world. And finally, he must come to a point to understand that we actually have nobody with us. If you close your eyes and imagine that you are in a dog body. Let's just imagine we are in a dog body. Now all those humans whom we knew, they can't recognize us. We can recognize them. Maybe they look the same. We die first and we become a dog, let's say. We recognize, oh, this was my mother in my past life. Oh, this was my father. And if you go and sit outside the same house, they themselves would throw a stone, and you can't even explain to them that I was the child whom you played and you took care of in the past life. Now I have become a dog. And when we think we have to search for our own food and there is no home, the sun is scorching hot and we have no place to stay, and if I get disease, nobody will take care of me. This is how our situation is. But when we don't get into that meditation, we think, oh, everything is good. Everything is good. We have to understand there's no one for us. Time will snatch away everything. It's only a matter of time. Everything will be gone. The friends say that, yes, we understand what you're saying, this analogy of the dream, but there is still some pleasure in this world, is it not? There is some pleasure in eating. There is some pleasure in, collecting wealth. There is some pleasure in driving an opulent car. What do you think, Prahlad? Prahlad Maharaj says, yes, there is pleasure, but for whom? The pleasure is to the mind, not to the Atma. The Atma, apareyam itastvanyam prakritim vidhime param, jiva bhuta mahabhaho, yayedam daryate jagat. The soul, the Atma is spiritual, and material things cannot give pleasure to spirit. So the mind which is polluted, it is finding some pleasure. But oh friends, you are not that mind either. Imagine when you eat a rasgulla, who is having pleasure? The tongue is having pleasure. Who else is having pleasure? The mind is having pleasure. That pleasure of the rasgulla doesn't touch the Atma. So you're looking for pleasure in this world, but throughout your mind and your senses are getting pleasure, but you are neither of them. But your inner hunger to be happy is not fulfilled. Therefore, there is only one way. Go and jump into the actual ocean of happiness, dear friends. Otherwise, if you don't go there, you will go from one body to another, to another, to another, and unnecessarily suffer. Imagine if true happiness is not got, the desire to be happy is still there, but you don't get it. There's frustration. There's frustration. I was recently told by one devotee about some research that he was doing. So one very famous celebrity who was making $20 million a year. Can do the math. 1 million is 10 lakhs. So you can imagine. It's all dollars. $20 million a year. He was making year after year after year. This is how much he was making. And then he was into drug abuse and addiction, depression, frustration. That's not the answer. People who are billionaires and almost becoming trillionaires, they're having divorce. So even money is not the option. Even fame is not the option. Fan following is not the option. Having good food and good clothing and good home is not the answer. They are all offering some temporary flickering gratification to the mind, but it doesn't touch the soul. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying, till the time you don't go and jump into the ocean of happiness, you will have to jump from one body to another, because your desire to be happy is there, but you're not getting the right source of pleasure. So the friends are saying, so then what is that source of that ocean of happiness? Is it to follow the Vedas? Is that the way? Prahlad Maharaj said, yes, you have to follow the Vedas, but I have to tell you honestly, in the Vedas also there are different steps of happiness. You can become Indra, you can go to heaven, avoid suffering in hell, go up. But Prahlad Maharaj is saying, I'll tell you honestly, I heard from my Gurudev, Narada Muni, that even in the Vedas, the proposal to go to heaven, that is also not properly encouraged by the Vaishnava Acharyas. Because if you go to heaven also, you can see Indra, the king of heaven, comes down finding somebody's wife. You can see Ahalya's story, Gautam Rishi's wife. Indra came down being attracted by her. So if that is the answer, well, it still doesn't solve the puzzle. In heaven also, there is life. Even in heaven also, there is desire to enjoy. So you have to follow the Vedas, said Prahlad. Yes, that is correct. But don't go to the path of going to heaven. Jump into the ocean of truth, where you can go beyond and go back to the spiritual world. So the friends are saying, then what's the way? You have heard so much, you have read so much, we haven't. Can you just simplify and tell us what is the way? Just make it very simple. What is the only way that we have to do so that we all can be happy and we can achieve that realization that you have achieved? Prahlad Maharaj answers, Tatra upaya sahasranam ayam bhagavatoditah yat ishware bhagavati yatha yai anjasaratihi. He says, Tatra upaya sahasranam. In the Vedas, there are so many ways by which you can get Krishna. But I will tell you, I am Bhagavatoditaha. I will tell you the way that I have heard from the lips of my Gurudev. What is that? Ishware Bhagavati. Perform bhakti at the lotus feet of Ishwara Shri Hari. Yatha, by which Yai Anjasa Ratihi. You will very quickly develop love or prema by the process of bhakti. Now the friends say, okay, wait a minute. You have explained two sections to us till now. Section number 1, you explained that we are souls and we are covered by these bodies, and the desire to be happy in this world is like the desire to be happy in a dream. And you are waking us up and telling us to find God and jump into the ocean of bliss. And when we ask you how to do that, you said through the Vedas. But then you said not going to heaven, but performing bhakti. So you have said these two things. Section number 1, who we are. Section number 2, how to find God through bhakti. Now in the last section of your discussion, oh Prahlad, can you very quickly put pointers and tell us what is bhakti? What are the things we should do? Because it may be very complicated and we are only 5 years old. Can you tell us in a very simple way? So Prahlad Maharaj has made it very, very simple for all of us. And Prahlad Maharaj gives 10-pointer formula of what bhakti is, so that all of us can understand. The friends then and all of our friends out here, we can also understand. So Prahlad Maharaj says, the 10 things to do in bhakti, you can make a note of these things. Guru Shushrushaya Bhaktya Sarva Labdharpanena Cha Sangena Sadhu Bhaktanam Ishwara Aradhanena Cha Shraddhaya Tat Kathayam Cha Kirtanai Gunakarmanam Tat Padam Boruhadhyanad Tad Linga Ikshana Arhanadivihi. So what are the 10 things? Point number 1, Guru Shushrushaya Bhaktya. Serve the spiritual master with love. Point number 1. Point number 2, Sarva Labdha Arpanena Cha. Whatever you get, offer it to Guru. When you get glorification after your kirtan, in your mind, offer it to Guru. When you get glorification for some service, offer it to Guru. You get some profit in money, offer it to Guru. Your senses also, offer it to Guru. Sarva Labdha Arpanena Cha. Control the senses and offer it to Guru. Point number 3. Sangena Sadhu Bhaktanam. Associate with whom? Sadhu Bhakta. Very high class, exalted Vaishnavas. Point number 4. Ishwara Aradhanena Cha. Worship only Shri Hari, nobody else. Point number 5. Shraddhaya Tat Kathayam Cha. Hear his pastimes and his words in the Bhagavad Gita, his pastimes in the Bhagavatam with faith. Point number 6, Kirtanaihi Guna Karmanam. Sing about him, chant about him, speak about him, and glorify his qualities and his pastimes. Point number 7, Tad Padambo Ruha Dhyanat. Remember his lotus feet. Always remember your deity. Always remember Krishna. Remember the lotus feet means remember Krishna. Out of respect, we say lotus feet. Point number 8, Tad Linga Ikshanam. Serve the deity. But how? How? Ikshanam. Always keep glancing at the deity. Don't take darshan quickly. Stand there. Let your glance fall on the Lord as begging for mercy, and let his glance of mercy fall on us. This is point number 8. And also Arhanam. Serve the deity with discipline. Now, point number 9 and point number 10. Prahlad Maharaj says, Sarva Bhuteshu Sarveshu Bhagavan Asta Ishwaraha. Always see Krishna in everyone. Tell yourself in the mind that Krishna is living in his heart. And in the mind, offer obeisances. And the 10th point, very, very important. Iti Bhutani Manasa Kamaitai Sadhu Manayet. Always be respectful to everyone. Always respect everyone. So the 10 points Prahlad Maharaj gives in bhakti Very, very important section. These three verses that Prahlad Maharaj chants. Serve the spiritual master with love. Second, offer everything to the spiritual master. Third, associate with great souls. Fourth, worship the Supreme Lord. Fifth, hear his pastimes with faith. Sixth, sing, speak, chant about his pastimes, his qualities. 7, remember him. 8, deity worship. 9, see Krishna in every living being. And 10, respect everyone. Amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. If you do these 10 things, Prahlad Maharaj says, oh, then the friends say, then what will happen? Prahlad Maharaj says, oh, then all your anarthas will go away. The lust, anger, greed, pride, everything will go away. Natural affection for the Supreme Lord will rise. That affection will become prema, love. And while being in this body, you will get liberated. The friends say, can you tell us more? When that love develops in the heart, how does Stita Pradyasya ka bhasha? How does he speak? How does he walk? How does someone who has love and devotion for the Lord, how does he behave? So Prahlad Maharaj explains the symptoms of ecstasy. Yada ati harsha utpullaka ashru gadgadam protkantha ga utgayati rauti nrityati. He says, Yada, when this happens, ati harsha, the person becomes very, very happy. There is no question of depression. Depression is tamogun. But this person, ati harsha, he is ecstatic all the time. Point number 1. Point number 2, utpulaka. Hair stands on the end. Just like when it's very cold, hair stands on end. But this is naturally, it stands on end in ecstasy. 3, ashru, there are tears streaming from the eyes. 4th, gadgadam, his voice falters and chokes. And pra utkantha udgayati, very loudly he sings and speaks about Krishna. And rauti, he cries in separation. And nrityati, he dances as if he's haunted by a ghost called Krishna. He laughs, he cries, he sings, he meditates, he respects everyone. And his breathing is so heavy as he says, Krishna, 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 Krishna. Prahlad Maharaj says at this point, because of this constant absorption, all of his anarthas are destroyed and he has darshan of the Supreme Lord. And that Supreme Lord, our wheel of birth and death is moving like this. The Supreme Lord will hold that wheel and liberate the living entity, which means no more cycle of birth and death. For us, the cycle, the wheel is moving, but when the Supreme Lord holds it, we get liberated. So the friends say, you have explained it so beautifully. Can you one last time tell us this Supreme Lord, how should we meditate on him? Who is he to us? So Prahlad Maharaj says, Sarvesham api bhutanam hari atma ishvara priyah bhutai mahadbhi swakritai kritanam jiva samyitah. He says, Sarvesham api bhutanam, for all of us, Harihi, Krishna, is atma priyah. He is dearmost to the soul. He is the one who has created us. He is the one who has created these bodies. And he is the one who has created this world. Therefore, we naturally belong to him and we should love and think of him like that. So the friends say, but we are not sages. We are asura putras. We are not brahmanas. Can we worship the deity? Can we remember Krishna? Or is it meant only for the high class? I mean, we just want to know. So Prahlad Maharaj says, Deva, Asura, Manushya, Yaksha, Gandharva evacha. All of the categories that I mentioned, whether demigods, whether rakshasas, demons, humans, rakshasas, yakshas, gandharvas, kinnaras, kimpurushas, charanas, vidyadharas, bhajan mukunda charanam, swastiman syat yatha vayam. If they worship the lotus feet of Mukunda, then there is Swastiman, Krishna, who is the source of all auspiciousness. He is very, very happy. And oh friends, if you think it is by Brahminical birth, if you think it is by being sages, then let me tell you, na alam dvijatvam devatvam rishitvam va asuratmajah. It is not by being a Brahmana that the Supreme Lord is pleased. It is not by being a demigod that the Supreme Lord is pleased. It is not by being a rishi that the Supreme Lord is pleased. Prinanaya mukundasya. It is only through love that he is pleased. And to express that love, na vrittam. You don't have to talk about your personal character. Na bahudnyata. I don't have so much knowledge. I am only 5 years old. Na danam. You don't even have to give a lot in charity. Na tapaha. You don't even have to be austere. Na ijya, you don't have to worship any other form. Na shaucham, even if you have no purity in your heart in the past, no problem. Na vratani cha, I am very weak, I cannot perform any vrat, no problem. Prahlad Maharaj says the only thing that matters is priyate. Have love for the Supreme Lord. Priyate amalaya bhaktya. He is happy only by devotion. Harihi anyat vidambanam. By any other process, it is impossible to get him. Therefore, oh dear friends, just perform devotion. And if you perform devotion, then the Supreme Lord will be very, very happy. So the friends say that we are so grateful to you that you have given us all this nectar that your Gurudev gave you. You have told us so much. Can you now just condense and say 2 things to follow so that we can walk away with that? And Prahlad Maharaj says, Etavaneva lokesmin pumsa swartha parasmritah ekanta bhaktir govinde yat sarvatra tadikshanam. The 2 things that will make your life successful is ekanta bhaktir govinde. Perform bhakti by the 10 points that I mentioned previously, and yet sarvatra tadikshanam. Wherever your eyes fall, wherever you glance, just tell yourself Krishna is present there. And these are the 2 things after Prahlad Maharaj preached that the Supreme Lord tested him in. After he preached, his devotion was tested through different tortures, and yad sarvatra tadikshanam. Is your Lord here? He says yes. So Prahlad Maharaj was not a theoretical preacher. He preached, and the Supreme Lord pinched and tested him on these 2 preaching points. And because it was realized knowledge, he succeeded the test. So if we follow these principles, make sure the pillars in your house are well constructed, because it's possible if you make such wonderful endeavor before Narasimha Chaturdashi, some of the pillars in your house can crack. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Vigna Vinash Narasimha Dev ki jai, Patita Pavan Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Part 4.
In these 3 verses, we can see very, very beautiful descriptions of Prahlad Maharaj's qualities have been given. In fact, contextually speaking, Narad Muni is speaking this canto. Shukadeva Goswami is the speaker for the Bhagavatam throughout, but especially in the 7th canto, we can see that Narad Muni takes on as the speaker. Narad Muni has spoken the 7th canto as the speaker to Yudhishthir Maharaj, who is the listener at the Rajasuya Yajna. And whatever their conversation was is what Shukadeva Goswami is repeating to Parikshit Maharaj on the banks of the Ganga. So in this pastime of Prahlad Maharaj, it's interesting that the spiritual master Narad Muni is speaking about his own disciple and his disciple's level of surrender, and more importantly, his disciple's transcendental qualities of surrender towards Krishna. And in 30 BC, Narad Muni says, Tasya Daitya Pater. That Daityapati, Hiranyakashipu, he had Chatvara Putraha. He had 4 sons. This is 30. 7,430. Narad Muni is saying that Hiranyakashipu, he had Chatvara. Chatvara means 4. Putraha. Tasya Daityapatehe, of that Daityapati Hiranyakashipu, Chatvara Putraha. There were 4 sons. And how were they? Parama Adbhutaha. All 4 sons of Hiranyakashipu are described to be very, very great. Parama Adbhuta. Adbhuta means astonishing, and Parama Adbhuta means supremely astonishing. Even human beings and demigods don't have kids which can match up to the 4 sons of Hiranyakashipu. They were full in everything. They had the best beauty, they had the best knowledge. They were austere like their father. Now, this definition of Parama Adbhuta, Chatvara Paramadbhuta, this is from Hiranyakashipu's side. Those 4 children were perfect as Hiranyakashipu wanted them to be. Now, of course, Prahlada is included in that. Hiranyakashipu had desires that the sons should be like this. They should be intelligent. They should be very good speakers. They should be skilled in many ways. They should have very good memory. They should be very beautiful. They should be very austere. They should be very good kings to lead in the future. And all 4 sons were like that, exactly like Hiranyakashipu wanted. And even from a Laukik Drishti, from a social standpoint, they were very good. They were very good. Even humans and demigods don't have kids, which will probably match the level of skills and the level of ability that the sons of Hiranyakashipu had. But amidst that, very beautifully Narad Muni says, out of those 4 sons, Prahlada Abhut. Prahlad was Mahan. Tesham. Out of all 4 of them, Prahlad was Mahan. How was he Mahan? Gunaihi Mahan. He was Mahan, he was great because of his qualities. Others were not great because of their qualities. They were great because of the things that they got by inheritance from Hiranyakashipu. Just because they were the biological children of Hiranyakashipu, they inherited the qualities of Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu, except for he was antithetical, or he was averse to God consciousness. But apart from that, from a social standpoint, he was okay, manageable. Before Hiranyaksha was killed, Hiranyakashipu was not a active chasing demon. He was demoniac, but he was passive. Everyone liked him. He was godless, but everyone liked him. But after Hiranyaksha was killed by Varahadev, now the inner fire, the inner spark became a forest fire. Hiranyakashipu became uncontrollable at that time. So all 4 children were good from the patriarchal side. They inherited Hiranyakashipu's property of not just wealth, but all qualities also. But what did Prahlad inherit? He inherited the skills and the abilities of Hiranyakashipu, no doubt. But he was Mahan because of Gunaihi. You can see in verse 30, Narad Muni uses the word Guna. And when in Sanskrit, when you use the plural usage, then you use the word Gunaihi. Gunena Gunabhyam Gunaihi. To be great, not by one quality, he was great, Mahan, because of many, 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 many qualities. The spiritual master is talking about the disciple. Hiranyakashipu was alaukik. His kids were also alaukik. But Prahlad was Gunaihi Mahan. He was great because of his qualities. And what quality? Look how Narad Muni speaks. Tasya Daityapatehe putraha. The children of Daityapati Hiranyakashipu, Chatvaraha, they were 4. Paramadbhutaha, they were just like their father. They were wonderful in all skills and abilities. They knew everything. But Tesham, out of all of them, Prahlad, Mahan Abhut. He was great. By what standpoint? Gunaihi. By the viewpoint of transcendental qualities, he was Mahan. He was very, very great. According to culture, according to Shastra, the son or the child should be greater than the father. He should try to increase the fame of the father, according to culture. Because whatever the father has done, the son must try to go way beyond that. This is not a competition to the father, but this is a glorification to the father. Because any form you have to fill up, or anywhere you have to speak, or wherever you go, interact, everyone will ask, who is the father? So the glory of the father is increased when the son goes higher and better. And then his son should go even higher. He should accumulate good qualities. And to give an example to this, the Acharyas give the example of Agastya Muni. Agastya Muni is also called as Kumboja. Kumboja means he appeared from a pot. Kumbha means pot. Or Kumbaj. Many places in North India, Agastya Muni is called Kumbaj Rishi. Ja means Janma and Kumbha means pot. He who appeared from a pot is called Kumbaj. So why am I mentioning this example? Because the Acharyas explain that the pot, how much water can it hold? It can probably hold a liter or a gallon or maybe 2 gallons or 3 gallons, depending on how big the pot is. But the son of the pot, Kumbaj, which is Agastya Muni, how much water did he hold? He held and drank the water of all the oceans. So this is a classic example of how the son, Agastya, he went far ahead compared to the father, which was the pot, the Kumbha. So in this way, Prahlad Maharaj, he inherited from the patriarchal side all good qualities, but he also worked on his own to become Mahan, great, by Gunaihi, by qualities. Quality is very, very important. What good qualities we amass in our human life. This is very important. So Narad Muni, after giving a hint, he starts off with the first quality of Prahlad Maharaj, and you can see in the 30th verse, Gunaihi. After the word Gunaihi, Narad Muni says Mahat Upasakah. Mahat Upasaka. What does the word Mahat mean? The word Mahat means Krishna, refers to Krishna. Or it can also refer to the Mahatmas, the sages, the sadhus who are belonging to Krishna. So the word Mahat in Sanskrit means great. Who is great ultimately? Sadhus are great. Why they are great? Because they are connected to Krishna, who is great. So Mahat can refer to Krishna, Mahat can refer to the devotees. And what does the word Upasaka mean? In Hindi, again in Sanskrit also, the word Upasaka, Upasanam karoti iti. He who does Upasana. Upasana means, generally people call Upasana as bhajan or, performing puja or seva. This is called Upasana, bhakti. And karoti means he who performs. So a spiritual devotee is called Upasak. But in Sanskrit, the word Upasaka has a very specific meaning. Upa means close. Like we say Upavas. Vasa means to reside. And Upa means closer. So on the day of Ekadashi, we should do Upavas. One meaning of word Upavas is to fast. But the inner meaning of the word Upavas, Upa means closer and Vasa means to reside. So we should reside close to Krishna that day by speaking about him, chanting about him, hearing about him, reading about him. Not just fasting the belly and going to sleep to kill that fasting time. Or watching a movie just to not feel hungry instead. So that is one Upavas, not to eat. But the inner meaning, Upa means close and Vasa means to reside close to Hari. So similarly, the word Upasana or Upasaka has also the same meaning. Upa means close and Asan means to sit. Asan means to sit. So Upa plus Asana, Upasana means to sit close. And Ka means Karoti, he who performs. So Mahat Upasaka is the first quality of Prahlad Maharaj. Now see, Bhagavatam, when we study syllable after syllable, automatically Bhagavatam speaks and explains to us the meaning. Prabhupada said we should not read his books. We should scrutinizingly study his books. So we have to see what qualities Narad Muni is describing as far as Prahlad Maharaj's possession is concerned. And why is it so that the Supreme Lord was magnetized toward this 5-year-old child? And how can we develop those qualities so that Krishna can, glance on us also in our human life and make our life successful? So first quality is Mahat Upasaka. Prahlad Maharaj used to sit close to Krishna or sit close to the sadhus, the devotees of Krishna. Whatever we want in life, it depends on what kind of association we have. So if you want taste, let's say we want to build a good business and you want to become an entrepreneur, then you'll have to sit close to businessmen and speak about, what are some strategies, what are some marketing strategies, what are some strategies by which we can increase our profit margin. If you want to become a sports star, you want to get into the industry of sports or, the world of cricket or soccer or whatever, then you'll have to sit with that kind of like-minded people. Somebody likes to drink and smoke, then they will sit with like-minded people like that. So a man is known by the company he keeps. So Prahlad Maharaj's character is first described by his company, Mahat Upasaka. He would sit close to pure Vaishnavas because that is the only thing that he wanted in his life. He wanted more and more taste in bhakti. And he would sit close to Krishna also in the form of the deity. Many great acharyas have been described like that. Rasikananda Prabhu is one example who used to be described to sit very close to his deity. Narottam Das Thakur has been described to be someone sitting very close to the deity, and so many acharyas. Even when they were children, friends used to call them to play, but instead of going out to play with the friends, they would prefer to sit with their deity and sing for the deity and circumambulate the deity and feed the deity and cry in ecstatic love. So Prahlad was like that. Mahad Upasaka. He would sit close to Krishna in the form of the deity, or he would find an opportunity to sit with the Vaishnavas and hear Hari Katha and ask them questions and learn more from them. This is very, very important. So this is the first quality. how Narad Muni is describing Prahlad as Mahadupasaka. So this we should develop. We should spend more time with our deities, and we should spend more time with Vaishnavas, not with anyone else. Now it's interesting, after 30, of course, we come to 30 and 31, but in the same section ahead, there is a very beautiful verse where Narad Muni says, Gunai alam asankhyair mahatmyam tasya suchyate vasudeve bhagavati yasya naisargiki ratihi. He says, what was the main quality of Prahlad? Gunaihi alam asankhya. He had many, many qualities. Mahatmyam tasya suchyate. His greatness can be explained through all of these unlimited qualities. But what was his backbone, fundamental, primary quality, which defined Prahlad? Vasudeve Bhagavati Yasya Naisargiki Ratihi. He had spontaneous, natural attraction towards Krishna. Vasudeve Bhagavati, unto the Supreme Lord, Naisargiki Rati. He did not have mati. It's not that he was forcing his mind. He had rati. He had loving attachment and attraction. Was it forced? No, naisargiki. It was spontaneous. It was natural. The word naisargiki comes from the word nisarga. And nisarga means nature. Therefore, naisargiki means natural. His love, rati, for Vasudeve Bhagavati, unto the Supreme Lord, was naisargiki. It was natural and spontaneous. And because he had natural love for Krishna, all other qualities came into his heart. What kind of bhakti did Prahlad Maharaj have for Krishna? Prabhupada quotes in the purport to this verse, and he says Krishna had akinchana bhakti. You can see in the purport of 30, Prabhupada quotes Yasyasti Bhaktir Bhagavati Akinchana verse from the Bhagavatam, from the 5th canto. And there Prahlad Maharaj's bhakti has been described as akinchana bhakti. What does akinchana bhakti mean? A means without. Kinchana means something. Without even little distraction to other things, which means undeviated devotion. Kinchana means something else. Kinchana bhakti means we have bhakti also, but we have some other distraction also. And a means no. So kinchana, he did not even have little bit of distraction and deviation into other subject matters. He had nothing else in his heart except Krishna. So the primary thing about Prahlad Maharaj was Vasudeve Bhagavati. Everybody please repeat. This is a beautiful verse. Vasudeve Bhagavati Yasya Naisargiki Ratihi. Yasya Naisargiki Ratihi. He had spontaneous, natural. Right from birth, he had rati. He had attachment. He had absorption. He had complete natural attraction, Vasudeva Bhagavati, at the lotus feet of Vasudeva. And because of this, all other qualities are there. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he says there are 26 qualities to a Vaishnava. But what is the primary quality of a Vaishnava? He says there are 26 qualities that a pure Vaishnava possesses. But 25 of them are secondary. And there's only one which is primary. What is that primary quality of a pure Vaishnava? Krishna Eka Sharanam. The only quality of a pure Vaishnava, primary quality, is Krishna Eka Sharanam. He has only attraction towards the lotus feet of Krishna. And when this is focused, all the other tolerance and humility and forgiveness and all of these things naturally spring in as the secondary byproduct. But the primary backbone quality that every pure Vaishnava has is Krishna Eka Sharanam. One point is surrender towards Krishna. So similarly, akinchana bhakti. Prahlad Maharaj had Vasudeva Bhagavati Yasya Naisargiki Rati. He had attraction towards Krishna. Now, let's come to 31 and 32. Let's start counting the different qualities that Narad Muni has quoted. So for those who feel inspired, you can kindly take notes of the different qualities of Prahlad Maharaj that have been quoted in the Bhagavatam. We'll study these two verses in the next 30 minutes. So the first quality, apart from Mahadupasaka and Naisargiki Rati towards the Supreme Lord, in this list, the first quality that Narad Muni quotes is Brahmanya. The first thing he says is Brahmanya. Brahmanya means attraction towards Shastras. Now in this world, we have two subject matters. We have either Krishna Vastu or Maya Vastu. These are only two things that can exist in this world. Krishna Surya Sama Maya Hai Andhakar, Jaha Krishna Taha Nai Mayar Adhikar. Either you can be in light or you can be in darkness. Either you can be Krishna conscious or you can be Maya conscious. So the two things that exist in this world are Brahman, which means Bhagavan, God. Brahman also means scriptures. We'll come to that in a bit. Brahman, or Maya, which is matter, which is this world. So the word Brahmanya means he who is only interested in taking Brahman or spiritual subject matters in the mixture of this world. Many times you see pure Vaishnavas are called Paramahamsas. Why are they compared to a swan? Parama means great and Hamsa means a swan. Why are pure Vaishnavas compared to a swan? Because poetically it is said that when you give a mixture of milk and water to a swan, the swan can drink milk and leave behind the water. I haven't seen a swan do that, but this is what is seen poetically, metaphorically in the scriptures many times. So a swan is compared to, is known for this quality of sipping milk and leaving behind water. So a pure Vaishnava is compared to a Paramahamsa or a white swan, because in this world, which is like milk, Krishna conscious, and water, Maya, mixed together, the swan called a pure Vaishnava, or a pure Vaishnava who's compared to a swan, can sip only the milk, which means Krishna conscious subject matters, and leave behind the water of Maya behind. So Brahmanyaha, first quality, means one pointed spirit to only accept Krishna moment to moment. People may come and speak other subject matters. We have to ask ourselves, is it related to Brahman, Krishna, or is it related to Maya? If it's not related to Krishna, we should not accept. And if it's related to Krishna, even if it's our enemy speaking, we should still hear. Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavita Mati Kiyatam Yadi Kutopi Labhyate. Wherever Krishna consciousness is available, we should go and take it. So Brahma also means scriptures. So Brahmanyaha could mean, first meaning of course, he who can leave behind Maya or material energy and only accept Krishna conscious things. That's meaning number one. Meaning number two, he who is interested only in Shastra, Brahmanyaha. He will read Shastra, he will hear Shastra, he will speak Shastra, he will associate only with Shastra, he will associate with people who are also associated with Shastra. This is called Brahmanyaha. Brahmanyaha. So if we want to be Brahmanyaha, quality number one, given here, we should have these two characteristics. We should accept only that which is Krishna conscious and leave everything behind. And second, we should always be interested in studying the scriptures, reading and hearing and speaking and glorifying and singing verses from the scriptures and the stories from the scriptures, the purports from the scriptures, the commentaries from the scriptures, the different stutis, the prayers from the scriptures. Janmana jayate shudraha, samskarat bhaved dvijaha, veda patanat bhaved vipro, brahman janati iti brahmana. A brahmana is only he who can accept Brahman in this world, which is Krishna, and leave behind Maya. And he's always attached to the scriptures and nothing else. So Prahlad Maharaj was like this. He had no taste for anything else. Day and night he was absorbed. In fact, Prahlad Maharaj, all that he had to do to get the kingdom and be the king of the whole creation was give up Krishna consciousness. If he gave up Krishna consciousness, he would be worshipped, he would be glorified, he would have all the money, he would be the ruler. Everyone would dance to his tunes. And on the other hand, if he accepts Krishna consciousness, forget about the kingdom. Even his life is at stake. Still, he accepted Krishna Bhakti. Not just that, he started preaching to his father. His father, Hiranyakashipu, who was such a demon. Just by the movement of his eyebrows, Indra was trembling. But his son, Prahlad, was fearless. Fearless. Hiranyakashipu was so advanced as far as his potency and influence is concerned. All demigods he had conquered. Can you imagine? Hiranyakashipu could control the sun. He could say, don't rise, or rise right now. And the sun had to move according to the dictation of Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu had controlled everyone except Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. So you can imagine the position of Hiranyakashipu. So all that Prahlad Maharaj had to do, when Hiranyakashipu asked him, what is the subject matter that you learnt in school today? All that Prahlad Maharaj had to do is say economics. Or he just had to say mathematics. What is the best thing that you have learned here today in school, Prahlad? Well, I learned math. His life would have been saved. There would be no question of poisoning him. There's no question of throwing him. There's no question of beating him up. There's no question of tossing him into the fire. But Prahlad Maharaj, he was so fearless that he started preaching to Hiranyakashipu without having any fear of his position. So he was Brahmanya. He accepted Krishna moment to moment. Every moment I will choose only Krishna. You see, today is Rukmini Dwadashi. What did Rukmini do? She also did the same thing. She also had the same quality of Brahmanya. On one hand, she had Shishupal, and on the other hand, she has Krishna. And the whole family was pushing her towards Shishupal. But she chose Krishna over Shishupal. Krishna represents the Supreme Lord, and Shishupal represents Maya. We all should be like that. We should be like Rukmini. The whole family of material energy will push us towards Maya, which is Shishupal. But we should write a letter of devotion towards the husband, eternal husband that we have, which is Krishna, which is what Rukmini did. And she had not seen Krishna, but she gave her heart to Krishna by hearing about him. Shrutva gunan bhuvana sundara shrunvatam ye nirvishya karana vivarai haratonga tapam rupam drisham drishimatam akhilartha labam tvaya chuta vishati chittam apatrapam me. Oh Krishna, I have given my heart shamelessly to you without even seeing you, because by hearing about your qualities, the fire of separation has increased. So Prahlad Maharaj was like that. He had Hiranyakashipu on one side, material nature, and he had Brahman, Krishna, and Brahmanya. He chose Krishna moment to moment. So this is the first quality. Krishna will test us. Moment to moment, Krishna will test us. Do we like YouTube or do we like Krishna? Do we like Facebook or do we like Krishna? Do you like Instagram? Do you like Krishna? Do you like WhatsApp? Do you like Krishna? Of course, we can say Yukta Vairagya, I'm using it for preaching, and then we get distracted and get into so many other things. So we have to touch our heart and with integrity see Brahmanyaha principle. Am I picking Krishna over Maya? Point number one. Second, Brahma means scriptures. Am I spending enough time with Shastra every day? These are the two questions to ask for the first quality. The next quality in the series is Shila Sampannaha. I hope everybody is with me. Canto 7, chapter 4, text 31, 32. So in that, different qualities of Prahlad have been described. We finished Brahmanyaha. Now Shila Sampannaha. Now what does Shila Sampanna mean? Shila means humility. And Sampanna means fully endowed, complete. So Prahlad Maharaj had complete humility. Complete humility. He was humble before superiors. He was humble before everyone at all times. He was not acting humble. He was not acting in a way that people would think he's humble. He was not saying things which seems like humble. It's not that he was bending his body prematurely in the heart, having Vaishnava aparad, but saying, I am your servant. No, he was really humble. He was really, really humble. The trees which are filled with fruits are the trees which bend by the weight of those fruits. So Prahlad Maharaj had these fruits, the fruits of his Vaishnava qualities, and therefore naturally his consciousness, which was like a tree, was bending by the weight of those fruits. In Sanskrit it is said, Hastasya bhushanam danam, satyam kanthasya bhushanam, shrotrasya bhushanam shastram, shilam parama bhushanam. What is the ornament for the hand? Hastasya bhushanam. It is not kankanam. What is the ornament for the hand? Danam. Hastasya bhushanam danam. And what is the ornament for the kantha? It's not a necklace. Satyam kanthasya bhushanam. The ornament for the throat is truth. So hastasya bhushanam danam, charity, giving charity, donation, danam, is the abharanam. It is the ornament for the hand. And satyam kanthasya bhushanam. The ornament for the throat is truth. And shrotrasya bhushanam shastram. The ornament for the ear is not kundalam. It's not earring, but it is the hearing of Krishna Katha. But at the end of it all, shilam parama bhushanam. Having a humble character is the highest ornament of the soul. There is another very beautiful verse in Sanskrit. Aishwaryasya vibhushanam sujanata शौर्यस्य वाक्संयमः ज्ञानस्योपशमश्रुतस्य विनयो वित्तस्य पात्रेभ्यः अक्रोध तपस क्षमा बलवतां धर्मस्य निर्व्याजता सर्वेषामपि सर्वकारणमिदं शीलं परं भूषणम्. In this verse, it has been described that Aishwaryasya Vibhushanam Sujanata. What is the ornament of someone who is very handsome and beautiful? Sujanata, relatability with others. If he has pride or she has pride about their bodily features, that is not the ornament of a beautiful person. The ornament of a beautiful person is Sujanata. It is being gentle and relatable to everyone. And Aishwaryasya Vibhushanam Sujanata Shauryasya Vaksamyama. What is the ornament of a brave person, a very chivalrous person? Vaksamyama, control of speech, not blabbering in anger, but controlling that. That is the power of a strong person. And Jnanasya Upashama Shrutasya Vinayo. The ornament of a learned person is gentleness, humility with everyone. Vidya Vinaya Sampanne. One should have Vidya, but that is Vinayena Shobhate. One should have humility also. Jnanasyopashama Shrutasya Vinayo Vittasya Patrevyaha. And what is the ornament of a rich person? The ornament of a rich person is Patrevyaha. To properly give give money where needed, and at the same time restrain, not spending extravagant money. To hold money and at the same time give it out when needed. This is the ornament of a rich person. And akrodaha tapasa kshama balavatam. The ornament of a tapasa, austere person, is akrodaha, not to get angry. Akroda tapasa kshama balavatam. And the ornament of a physically strong person is kshama, to forgive. Instead of hitting and killing that person, forgive. Kshama balavatam dharmasya nirvyajata. And the strength of a spiritual person is honesty. All of these are the ornaments of different personalities. But what is the ornament for the soul? Sarvesham api sarvakaranamidam shilam param bhushanam. One's spiritual cultivation and character and humility is the ultimate ornament for the soul. So in this way, so many beautiful things have been mentioned, and Prahlad Maharaj has been described as Shila Sampanna. He was complete in character, perfect in his character. Before his father, before his teachers, before his friends. In fact, it is described in the Bhagavatam when Shanda and Amarka, Prahlad's parents, took him to Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu offered obeisances to, Prahlad Maharaj offered obeisances to Hiranyakashipu. So Shanda and Amarka, the teachers of Prahlad, they take Prahlad to his father, Hiranyakashipu, and Prahlad Maharaj offers Sashtang Dandavat. He offers complete prostrated obeisances unto Prahlad Maharaj offers unto Hiranyakashipu, his own father. You know, nowadays people sometimes, even devotees, they say, "Oh, my father is a non-devotee, my mother is a non-devotee, so I don't have to pay attention." So this is not high class. This is not culturally high class. Is our devotion higher than Prahlad? The answer is no. We are lower than Prahlad. And father or mother may not be a devotee, but are they more demoniac and torturous than Hiranyakashipu? The answer is again no. So Hiranyakashipu was such a demon, and Prahlad Maharaj was such a great devotee. Still he is offering obeisances. We are low class in our devotion, and our father is not like Hiranyakashipu. He's still, way better. Our parents are still better, way better. Still we sometimes compare. So we should remember this quality of Shila Sampanna. We should always offer obeisances and respect. In fact, Prahlad Maharaj had so much love for his father. When Narasimha Dev, in the prayers of Prahlad, when Narasimha Dev offers a benediction, he says, "Prahlad, what do you want? Ask for whatever you want." And there Prahlad Maharaj begs, and he says, "I don't want anything, my lord. The only thing I ask for is my father has been very offensive towards you. Please kindly forgive me. Please kindly forgive me and my father. Please, we are Ugra Jati. We are born in a demoniac blood. Please kindly accept my father." So that father, whose only intention was to kill Prahlad, Prahlad is offering obeisances at his feet. And even after he is killed, Hiranyakashipu is killed, Prahlad Maharaj is begging Narasimha Dev for only one boon, that Narasimha Dev was ready to give. And there Prahlad Maharaj is saying, I don't want anything for myself, but you please forgive and accept my father. Narasimha Dev's heart is melting in ecstatic love, hearing how much character, how high class integrity and devotion Prahlad Maharaj has. Narasimha Dev is saying in the Bhagavatam, the words used are mat anga sanga. By touching, I have already purified. He has been purified by the touch of my fingernails, Narasimha Dev is saying. And day and night he has remembered me in fear. So he is all pure, you don't have to worry. And what to speak of him? I take 21 generations of your family with me. That is what one Prahlad can do. And you can imagine why 21 generations? They don't even have 21 generations. In 5 generations, they reach Mahavishnu. You know, Narasimha Dev, you can see in the dynasty. In 5 generations behind Prahlad Maharaj, Narayan is the source. They don't even have 21 generations. To which Jiva Goswami comments, Narasimha Dev was so happy with Prahlad that 5 generations of this birth and 16 past generations of previous birth, he was ready to accept. Prahlad Maharaj, because of his Sheela Sampannata, he impressed Narasimha Dev. So we should have culture and we should offer obeisances and respect to everyone, especially our superiors, like Prahlad Maharaj teaches us. We should always remember, we are not better than Prahlad, and people whom we know, they are not worse than Hiranyakashipu, that we can misbehave with anyone. So this we should remember. These are the first 2 qualities. Then the third quality, very important, Satya Sandaha. This is a very important quality for all of us. What does Satya Sandha mean? The word Sandha means vow. When we give a word, Satya, we should keep it truth. Satya Sandha means to have strong vows, to make sure that our words don't go false. Nowadays, we take vows that we are not even able to keep our own word. This is the situation in Kali Yuga. We say something and we then later say, sorry, I could never do it. I couldn't do it. Never again will this happen. We say all that and then again we do it. So we don't even know how much is our ability. We promise more than our ability and then we're not even able to deliver our own words. But in Treta Yuga, you can see Sri Ramachandra is ready to keep the words of others. The words of his mother, Kaikeyi Devi, of being into the forest for 14 years, Ram is able to keep. Not his words, his mother's words, that to stepmother's words, he is able to keep. What to speak of his own words? Abhayam sarvada tasmi dadami etad vratam mama. That Sri Ram says, you bow down to me, I will take care of you. So, Satya Sandha, the Supreme Lord likes truth. Satya vrata, satya paratri, satyam, satyasya yonim, nihitam cha satye, satyatmakam tvam sharanam prapanna. He is called Satya, satyam param dhimahi. The Lord likes truth. So, Satya Sandhi, Satya Sandaha, Prahlad has been described here as someone who keeps his vows, who keeps his word. So, how does that translate for us in relation to bhakti? We have promised 16 rounds. Under no circumstance should we fail in our promise. A man who cannot keep his word has no spine to stand. He has no integrity. You can't trust him. We should lead by setting ideal example in society. Ekadashi Vrat, come what may. Waking up time, come what may. Chanting the holy name, come what may. No excuses. There, I was doing this, or I was busy with this. It doesn't work. We have given our word in front of Gurudev, in front of fire, in front of the deities, in front of Vaishnavas. You better keep it. Otherwise, we were not forced to take Diksha. No one kept us on knife point or gun point, take Diksha. No. On our own free will, we accepted this. So why can't we keep our own words? So we should follow. And in the Bhagavad Gita also, Krishna says the same thing. Bhajante mam satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha dridavrataha. Dridavrata. Krishna says dridavrataha. Dridavrata means anybody who keeps his vrata. Krishna calls such a person as a Mahatma. So Prahlad was like that. This is the third thing. We should keep our vows, and whatever we commit, we should keep it true. The fourth thing about Prahlad Maharaj is Jitendriyaha. He had complete control over senses. You see, nowadays we can see the packet of cigarettes says, do not smoke, this can cause cancer. And the person who's purchasing with money, he can read English. We can read Hindi. It's there on the pack. But he will read it also. But still he is helpless. He continues to smoke. So Jitendriya means to control one's senses, not to be controlled by one's senses. We are controlled by our senses. Prahlad was controlling his senses. These are the qualities which impress the Supreme Lord. This is why the Supreme Lord came for Prahlad. So this is straight in the Bhagavatam. If these qualities we imbibe, we will be dear to Krishna. We will be dear to Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Shariram yad vapnoti yaccha utkramati ishwaraha grihitvaitani samyati vayur gandhani vashayat. Krishna has said that who is the one who walks around and does things? Externally we see that the body is moving. But who is the one who's actually acting? It is the soul. The soul goes and purchases that box of cigarette, not the body. The body is dead. You see, the body is matter. The body cannot do anything of its own. The movement in the body is seen because of the presence of the soul, Krishna is explaining. But the soul goes towards that cigarette pack only because the soul is under the mind and the senses. The soul is helpless. The soul does not want cigarette. The soul wants Krishna. But the mind and the senses have controlled the soul to such an extent. The mind wants the cigarette. And because the soul is the one who will do it, you see, the mind cannot do anything. It will just throw in ideas. And the senses are part of this body. And body is dead matter. It cannot do anything. So who has to go and do it? The soul has to do it. Now when the soul is under the mind wants it and he pushes the soul, go and get it for me. So externally we see the body move and purchase the pack of cigarette or eat meat or whatever. But it is the soul who is doing it. But he's doing it under the influence of intoxication, under the control of the mind. So this is a person who has been won over by the mind. But Prahlad Maharaj was not like that. He won over his mind. The mind did not win over him. You see, in the prayers of Prahlad Maharaj to Narasimha Dev also this thing has been mentioned. Prahlad Maharaj very beautifully, he uses a rhyming scheme. He uses two words. He uses the word Dehapati and he uses the word Gehapati. So who is Dehapati? The husband of the body, that is the soul. Dehapati. Deha means body and Pati means husband. Who is the husband of the body? That is the soul. And Gehapati, what does Gehapati mean? Geha means house or wives, and Pati means to be the husband. So Prahlad Maharaj gives the example. If there is a husband who has many wives, of course now it's not something that we could think of, but you can see from Prahlad's perspective in Satya Yuga, the kings used to have many wives. And very commonly, the wives used to be, the queens used to be from different kingdoms. The king would go and fight and win over different swayamvar and win their hand in marriage. So the queens were from different cultural background, different upbringing, different languages. They had different tastes of eating, different tastes of wearing clothes, different tastes for ornaments. They had different desires for homes and palace. They had different desire for children. They had different desire for vehicles. So you can imagine the situation of the husband who would have so many wives at that time, and they would not get along with each other because of cultural differences. And they would all come and bombard the husband. The king, because he has married so many wives, he has to keep everybody happy. And he would go in different directions. If he goes in one direction to fulfill the desires of one wife, the others would have a problem. Then they would drag him there. And in this way, one whole life of the husband goes in just trying to fulfill and keep domestic peace between all the wives. Prahlad Maharaj is using this example in front of Narasimha Dev to say, my situation is like that. Of course, his situation is not like that. In his humility, he's saying, but he's speaking that for us. To say that the soul is like a husband whose different senses are like wives dragging in different directions. The tongue wants something, the eyes want something, the ears want something, the genital wants something else, the sense of touch wants something else, the mind wants something else. And the poor husband in the form of the soul, the Dehapati, Like the Gehapati, like the husband with many wives, the soul with many wife-like senses is being dragged in different directions. And just like the husbands in that previous example, one whole life is gone in just satisfying and fulfilling and keeping domestic peace between his wives. The soul uses this whole form, one life, only in satisfying the desires of the senses. This is not something that is intelligent. Prahlad Maharaj was not like this. The soul was controlling all the senses. Therefore, he was Jitendriyaha. Prabhupada gives the example that the devotee should not be Godas, he should be Goswami. He should be like a tortoise. A tortoise pulls out his senses when needed and pulls it in when not needed. And it's not just about controlling the senses, means not doing any work. It's not just to keep the senses quiet. Jivhe kirtaya keshavam muraripo cheto bhaja sridharam pani dvandva samarchaya chuta katha shrotradvayam tvam shrunu krishnam lokaya lochana dvaya hare gacchangri jigragrana mukunda pada tulasim murdhannamadokshajam. King Kulashekar is saying, true bhakti means jivhe kirtaya keshavam. Keshava kirtan must go on the tongue. And cheto bhaja sridharam. And the mind should think about Sridhara. And pani dvandva samarchaya achyuta. And the hands should worship the deity of Achyuta. Katha shrotra dvayam tvam shrunu. And the ears should listen to the katha of the Supreme Lord. And Krishnam lokaya lochana dvaya. The two eyes should see the form of Krishna. Harer gacchangri yugmalayam. And the 2 feet should walk to the temple of Hari. Jigra grana mukunda pada tulasi. The nose should smell the tulsi offered to the feet of Mukunda. And murdhan nama adhokshajam. And the head should bow down to adhokshaja Krishna. This is bhakti. This is jitendriyata. Indriyebhyo parohyarta arthebhyo cha parammanaha manasastu parabuddher buddher atma mahan paraha. The Kathopanishad and the Bhagavad Gita 3rd chapter text 42 also describes that the soul is up on the rank of hierarchy. Body, senses, going higher than the mind, and then intelligence, and then soul, and then super soul, of course. So when the soul is up there, it should control the mind and the senses and not be controlled by the mind and senses. In the 4th canto Bhagavatam 31st chapter text 19, it has been described by Narada Muni there. Dayaya sarva bhuteshu santushtya yena kenava sarva indriya upashantya cha tushyatyashu janardhana. That if we want to please Janardhana quickly, tushyati ashu janardhana, very quickly we want to please Janardhana, then sarva indriya upashantya cha, you should control the senses. If we don't control the senses and the senses go in all directions, then Krishna is not very happy. But if we control the senses and put it in his service, then he is very, very happy. So this is what Prahlad has been described. Brahmanyaha Shila Sampannaha Satyasando Jitendriyaha. Now look at the next phrase. Very, very beautiful. Atmavat Sarva Bhutanam Eka Priya Surittamaha. Atmavat. Atmavat means like the super soul. Here Atma refers to Paramatma, super soul. Prabhupada translates. So Atmavat. Atmavat Sarva Bhutanam Eka Priya Surittamaha. What does this mean? Just like the super soul loves all living beings. Prabhupada writes in the purport, the super soul is there in the heart of a Brahmana also. The super soul is there in the heart of a pig also, who's rolling in the dirty water of an open drain. Krishna loves all of them equally. He has equal. Samoham sarva bhuteshu. Gatihi bharta prabhuhu sakshi nivasa sharanam surit prabhava pralaya sthanam nidhanam bijam avyayam. Krishna says, I am everything for all living beings. Aham adischa madhyamcha bhutanam anta evacha. I am the beginning, middle and end of all living beings. Mama eva amsha. Krishna is not saying living beings belong to me, only to me. So much love he has. So atmavat sarva bhutanam eka priya surittamaha. Just like the super soul loves all living beings, Prahlad Maharaj was like the super soul who loved everybody unconditionally. This phrase, Atmavat Sarva Bhutanam Eka Priya Surittama, has 2 meanings. Meaning number 1, just like everybody is loved by the super soul, Everybody was loved by Prahlad. So just like the super soul loves everyone, Prahlad loves everyone. Second meaning, just like everybody loves the super soul, everybody loved Prahlad. Now, let's discuss both of this very deeply. So Krishna loves everyone beyond the bodily condition, whether someone is a human or a demigod or a demon or an animal or a tree or an insect or a bird or a worm. Krishna's there as super soul in their heart. Krishna loves them. Krishna has created them, not just stays with them. Krishna guides them. Krishna gives them food. Krishna protects them. So wonderful. So just like Krishna unconditionally loves everyone, we all have different languages. We all have different bodily structures. We all have different cultural backgrounds. We all have different ways of living life. But Krishna loves all of us unconditionally, beyond the material conditioning. So Prahlad loved everyone like that. And Narad Muni says, Eka. The word Eka means during that generation of Prahlad, he was Advitiya. There was nobody like him. He equaled only himself in this quality. He loved everyone. He was a friend to everyone. This is point number one. Just like Super Soul loves everyone, Prahlad loves everyone. Point number two. Just like everyone loves the Super Soul, everyone loved Prahlad. So how does that, how can we understand that? Well, we extend our love to a person till the time the person is alive. Once the soul is gone and the super soul leaves, then we are the first persons to go and cremate the body. We don't show any more love to the body because the person is gone, and the person is gone because the super soul is gone. So our main love for anyone while they're alive is not for the body, because once they are gone, we dispose of the body. What is our main reason that we love that person? Is we love the soul. And why do we love the soul? Because the soul is part and parcel of the super soul. And it is natural for us to love the super soul. All of us are only loving Krishna. Do we all see that? All of us only love Krishna. And because the souls are part and parcel of Krishna, we love the soul. And when the soul is in the body, we start loving the body also. But when the souls leave, we don't have anything to do with the body. So it's not that we love our child. It's not that we love our parent. It's not that we love our brother. We actually love that spark. And we love that spark because that spark is the part of our Lord, Sri Krishna. So ultimately, everybody loves only Krishna. We don't love anyone or anything else. So just like everyone loves Paramatma, everyone loves the Prahlad Maharaj. That is the meaning of Atmavat, like the super soul, Sarva Bhutanam Eka Priya Surittamaha. In fact, Prahlad Maharaj has so much love for everyone. In the prayers of Narasimha Dev, Prahlad Maharaj tells Narasimha Dev, my Lord, you are creating this universe. It is so much headache for you. So much headache. You have to create, you have to maintain, you have to destroy. A lot of work. And that too, not just create, maintain, and destroy the universe. You have to create, maintain, and destroy each bodies also. And then problem for you is you have to enter and be as Paramatma with everyone. Because in the spiritual world, there is no Paramatma. Everybody has spiritual bodies. So it's not that Krishna lives with them. Krishna is there with them outside. In spiritual body, there is no question of Paramatma living. So Paramatma concept is there in the material world. It's not there in the spiritual world. There is no Brahman and there is no Paramatma. It's only Bhagavan. So Prahlad Maharaj in his prayers to Narasimha Dev, he is saying, it is such headache for you, my Lord. You have to create, maintain, and destroy the worlds. You have to create, maintain, and destroy the bodies. And then you have to move around as Paramatma from one body to another. I'll make it simple for you. I'll make it very simple. Just don't do any of this. Take all the living entities back home, back to Godhead. Take the whole universe with you. Liberate everybody. I want to see all of them liberated. Narasimha Dev's heart melted when Prahlad Maharaj said this. And out of blessing, Narasimha Dev sent one whole universe of jivas back home, back to Godhead because of this prayer of Prahlad Maharaj during that time. The Acharya's right. So in this way, this is how much Prahlad Maharaj loved everyone. He had a genuine well-wishing spirit. We don't have that genuine well-wishing spirit for everyone. Just count the number of people we genuinely love. It's always related to the body in the house. Maybe the spouse, the children, the parents, and that's it. That's it. We don't unconditionally love everyone. But Prahlad Maharaj loved Krishna And Krishna loves everyone. Therefore, Prahlad loved everyone. So this means, this phrase, Prahlad didn't hold grudge against anyone. He loved everybody naturally, natural love for everyone. And at the same time, everyone had natural love for him, like the Paramatma, both ways. In the last verse for today, Dasavat Sannataryangri Pitravat Dinavatsalah Bhratravat Sadrishe Snigdo Gurushu Ishwara Bhavana. These are 4 different ways he dealt with people. So very, very interesting. Dasavat. So the word vat has come. Dasavat, Pitravat, Bhratravat. Vat means like. So Dasavat. He acted like a servant. Sannata means completely surrendered. Nata means to bow down. Sam means samyak rupena, completely. He was always bent. He was always humble. He would always bow down like a servant. In front of whom? Arya Angrihi, at the feet of Arya. Arya means superiors. So this would mean by relations, father, mother, grandparents, anyone older by age, older by qualifications, someone who is initiated before us, anybody who's more qualified, more knowledgeable, has more transcendental qualities, has been chanting Hare Krishna longer than us, with more experience. They're all Aryas. They're all superior to us. And Sannata, to all of their Angri means feet. Prahlad Maharaj was such, at their feet, he was always surrendered like a servant, as if appointed. You have a servant who's appointed always at the beck and call. Prahlad was like that. Dasavat Sannataryangrim. Anyone who's older in age, anyone who's older in bhajan, anyone who's having more experience, more knowledge of scriptures, more chanting experience, more Vaishnav qualities, all of these qualifications, to such a person, Prahlad sold himself like a slave, like a servant. Second, Pitruvat Dinavatsalah. To those who were less privileged, whether with respect to wealth, whether with respect to social standing, whether with respect to knowledge, whether with respect to those whose bodies were deformed or diseased. Prahlad Pitruvat, he took care of them like the parents take care of a child. So Prahlad had everything good. He had a very good body, he had very good social standing, very good knowledge, a lot of wealth. In fact, his father was the multi-billionaire and trillionaire. He had more money than all the billionaires put together, Hiranyakashipu. But still, Prahlad Maharaj, Pitravat, like a father, Dina Vatsalah, he had Vatsalyam, he had love. Just like Vatsalyam means, just like a cow has love for its calf, the calf will be filled with blood at birth and will be wobbling. Feet will not have strength even to stand up. But the cow will lick the calf of all the blood and give the breast milk or mother's milk from the udder and give strength to the calf to stand up. That's called Vatsalyam. So Prahlad Maharaj, Pitra Dina Vatsalaha, he had the love that a cow has for the calf or a parent has for the child, for someone who was less privileged, for someone who was, as far as wealth is concerned, was poverty stricken or was illiterate or social standing, he was backward, or someone whose body was not properly formed. Prahlad did not look down upon them. He loved them. Just like a father, you see the child, whether he is disobedient or whether he goes astray, whether he's argumentative, whether he's physically or mentally challenged, or whether he, is a total chaos in personality. Even if the child misbehaves in all ways possible, the parents always love the child. So Prahlad was like that. He felt like a parent. To someone who was less privileged, he would give them affection. So this is how we should be. And then the third thing, Bhratravat Sadrishe Snigdo. Sadrishe means equals. To those who are equals with Prahlad, with respect to age and other abilities and other blessings, Bhratravat, he saw them as a brother. He did not compete with them. Oh, how is it that he is, he joined Krishna consciousness with me? How is it that he got initiated before me? How is it that he knows more than me? How is it that he's doing this service? Not like that. No competition. When we compete with other Vaishnavas, Krishna is not happy. It is like you invite a sadhu home and you wash his feet, but you keep him on gunpoint. What is the point? What kind of seva is that? Which means Krishna in the form of deity we are worshipping, But in the form of Vaishnava, we are criticizing or we are feeling envious. This is one of the 6 Vaishnava aparadhs. Hanti nindanti vai dveshti, to have dvesha, to have competitive mood, to have envy. So we should never feel competition. Bhratravat, we should feel like a brother. You see, a sane brother, when he sees his brother grow, he feels very happy. He feels my brother should have as much wealth as me, as much knowledge as me, as much spiritual ability as me, as much material prosperity as me. In fact, he should go beyond. In his betterment, in his happiness is my happiness. This is how a true brother should feel. So this is how Prahlad Maharaj was feeling for everyone. He never saw competition. He loved everyone like a brother. So very beautifully it has been described. I'll just recap till this point. Brahmanyaha, he accepted only Brahman and left behind Maya, or he was very interested in Shastra. Second, Shila Sampannaha, he was filled with humility and respect for superiors. He prostrated himself in front of Hiranyakashipu and begged Narasimha Dev to protect Hiranyakashipu. Satyasandaha, Prahlad Maharaj always spoke the truth and even preached to his father in uncompromising way and kept his vows. Fourth, Jitendriyaha, he held his senses as slaves. He was not slave to them, they were slave to him. He was employing all of them in Krishna's service. Fifth, Atma Vatsarva Bhutanam Eka Priya Surittamaha. He was well-wishing friend to everyone like the super soul. And everyone loved Prahlad like everyone loves the super soul. Of course, we covered one quality before that he had Naisargiki Rati towards Krishna. And we also said he was Mahat Upasaka. He would sit close to sadhus. Here, Dasavat, Pitravat, Bhratravat. With those who were superiors, he was Dasavat. To those who were equals, he was Bhratravat, like a brother. And to those who were less privileged and less fortunate, he was Pitravat, like a father. And now the last qualities that have been mentioned here is Gurushu Ishwara Bhavanaha. Gurushu Ishwara Bhavana. Now the word Gurushu, if you see the Bahuvachan has been used, the plural has been used, which means many gurus. This refers to parents, older brother, teachers, Siksha gurus, Diksha gurus. Someone who gives spiritual knowledge is also guru. So all of these things, someone who gives us spiritual empowerment and guidance. So Gurushu, plural usage. Ishwara Bhavana. He had Ishwara Bhavana. So 2 meanings of Ishwara Bhavana. One is to see them as good as God. Point number 1. Bhavana. Aisa bhavana karte the. He had such a feeling that Ishwara Sakshat, that this person is God. Or another meaning of Ishwara, apart from being God, is controller. So he gave himself to his superiors, that you control me. However you want me to go, I will do. So Prahlad Maharaj is teaching us, our mind should not be the ruler. Senior Vaishnavas should draw lines for us, and our life should be ruled by their rules. We should live by their rules. That has been mentioned here. Not argue with them, cheat them, and try to manipulate and act that we know more than them. Then it's not Prahlad consciousness anymore. And then the last thing that has been mentioned here is Vidya, Artha, Rupa, Janma, Mana, Stamba, Vivarjitaha. Very beautiful. 4 things Prahlad Maharaj had in abundance. Adhya has been used. Janmadhya. Adhya means in surplus. What are the 4 things he had in surplus? Vidya, learning. Artha, wealth. Rupa, beauty. Janma, aristocratic birth. So you can see Vidya, learning, Artha, wealth, Rupa, beauty or bodily features, and Janma, aristocratic birth. We'll go one by one. Vidya. How much knowledge did Prahlad Maharaj have? In fact, spiritually, Prahlad Maharaj had studied all Shastras by the age of 5. Everything he heard in the womb from Narada Muni. Narada Muni was such a great scholar, such a great pure Vaishnava, that he would just throw seeds into the heart of Prahlad. And Prahlad, by his bhajan, by his chanting, those seeds of spiritual knowledge would fructify and give realizations. So what one learns by reading so many books, Prahlad Maharaj learned just by the seeds of Shastra that were thrown in his heart by his Gurudev. And then he cultivated it by chanting and remembering. So as far as spiritual knowledge is concerned, it was unparalleled. He knew everything. You can see that by his scholarship when he speaks to Narasimha Dev. And from a material perspective also, At 5 years old, Prahlad Maharaj had studied materially. He knew more different streams of knowledge, more than the social standards. Like, for example, in this world also you see there are some who are child prodigy. At the age of 7, they will, in compared to other 7-year-olds, this 7-year-old will be, par excellence. So Prahlad was like that materially and spiritually, Vidya. Second, Artha. As far as wealth is concerned, well, he was the son of the controllers of the demigods. Kubera, the treasurer of Indra, was under the control of Hiranyakashipu. So Prahlad Maharaj was bathing in wealth. The third is Rupa. How beautiful was Prahlad Maharaj? Well, he looked like Vishnu. Because he remembered Vishnu so much, Vishnu was living in him. So his complexion would change like Vishnu. And his features became like Vishnu because of thinking so much about Vishnu. When the insect is caught by a bee and kept in the hole, the insect out of fear remembers the bee and flies out like a bee just by thinking about the bee. This example has come in the Bhagavatam, in the 7th canto. So if by remembering a bee, one can become a bee, or in this life also, let's say some, like Bharat Maharaj, for example, remembered a deer and became a deer. So why Prahlad Maharaj cannot remember Vishnu and get Sarupya Mukti? Just look like him. That's Rupa. And Janma. How exalted was Prahlad's line of birth? Well, we will say, well, he was born from Hiranyakashipu, who was a demon. No, let's backtrack. Prahlad Maharaj's father was Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu's father was Kashyapa Rishi. Kashyapa Rishi's father was Marichi Rishi. Marichi Rishi's father was Brahmaji. And Brahmaji's father was Vishnu himself. So 5 generations behind Prahlad, you reach the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You can imagine, that's how high class. So Prahlad Maharaj can say, my 5th forefather is Sri Hari, Vishnu himself. So although he had Vidya, Artha, Rupa and Janma, Queen Kunti says these are the 4 things which cause pride. Janma, Aishwarya, Shruta, Shribhi, Edamana, Madapuman, Naivarhati, Abhidatum, Vai, Tuam, Akinchana, Gocharam. In the prayers of Queen Kunti, Kunti Devi has said, if one of these 4 things are there, the person slips down the downslope of pride. We can see in the life of Manigriv Nalaku, where they had all 4 and they slipped and hit themselves really hard, but Narad Muni saved them. Prahlad Maharaj had all 4 and still Manastamba Vivarjita. Varjanam means without. And Vivarjanam, V means Vishesha Rupena Varjanam. So Varjanam, Varjita means, oh, I know I should not be proud, therefore I keep away from pride. That is Varjita. And Vivarjita means when the person does not know only what pride is, what to speak of keeping away. It's like saying, when someone has had history of drinking alcohol, you keep alcohol in front of him and he's given it up. Now he will look at the bottle and he will say, no, I should not drink. That is Varjanam or Varjita. Thought is coming, but he's keeping away. For someone who has never drunk, you keep a bottle, it doesn't attract him at all. Even the thought of drinking doesn't come. That's Vivarjita. So even the thought of Mana and Stamba did not come. What is Mana and what is Stamba? Mana means I should be worshipped by everyone. Everyone should fall at my feet. This is called Man. And Stamba means, Stamba in Sanskrit means a pillar. And why is pride compared to a pillar? Because it is tall and it doesn't move an inch, doesn't bow down before anyone. It stands tall. So we can say very poetically that Narasimha Dev, he broke the Stamba of Hiranyakashipu. One meaning, he broke the pillar of Hiranyakashipu. But Stamba also means pride because it's compared to a pillar which is tall and doesn't bow down before anyone. So Narasimha Dev not just broke the Stamba, the pillar of Hiranyakashipu, but he also broke the pride of Hiranyakashipu, Stamba. So Mana means I should be respected, and Stamba means I will not respect anyone. Both. Amanina Mana Dena, Vivarjita. Prahlad Maharaj did not have any desire to be respected by others, and he did not have any consideration that should I respect others or no. He was naturally respecting everyone and naturally did not expect any respect for himself. He knew all the respect goes to Paramatma. Only he is worthy of that respect. This is why in Indian culture, in Vedic culture, when you see someone, you say Namo Namaha, you say Namaste, Pranam, you say Namastubhyam, which means I bow down to you. And the other person also says, Namaste, Namastubhyam, Namo Namaha, Pranam. Not that if one person offers obeisance, we say, yes, you offer obeisances to me. Not like that. In Vedic culture, it is described that when someone offers obeisances to us, we should also offer obeisances to them. Not that somebody is offering obeisances and then we are walking with our chin up, not even looking at the person. We should not be like that. So Prahlad Maharaj was Manastamba Vivarjitaha. So in this way, these two verses talk about the beautiful, wonderful qualities of Prahlad Maharaj and how he was very, very dear to Narasimha Dev. This is why in the first chapter of this seventh canto, we can see Prahlad Maharaj has been described as Prahlada Keshava Priyaha, that he was very, very dear to Keshava, very dear to Krishna because of these qualities. So dear devotees, if we also imbibe these qualities, we will also be very, very dear to the Supreme Lord. There are many more qualities of Prahlad Maharaj described, but maybe we will keep that for some other occasion where we can sit and discuss. But for now, we can pause here and offer our obeisances to these wonderful, beautiful qualities of Prahlad Maharaj and to the Bhakta Vatsalya mood of Narasimha Dev, that being attracted by Prahlad Maharaj's qualities, he broke the pillar just for this 5-year-old child, giving all of us a lot of hope that irrespective of our age, irrespective of our qualification or disqualification, if we imbibe these qualities and focus on that one quality of Krishnaika Sharanam, then Krishna will be bound by our devotion.
Part 5. Interest in facts about Narasimha. 1. The Sanskrit word Narasimha consists of two words, Nara, which literally translates as man, and Simha, which translates as lion. Together, the two Sanskrit words translate as man-lion, referring to a mixed creature, the avatar of the Supreme Lord Vishnu. 2. He is known as the Great Protector, who specifically protects and defends his followers, especially in times of need. He is also considered the embodiment of victory over negative forces. 3. Considered the most intense of all Lord Vishnu's avatars, he has the form of a lion man with a lion face and human-like torso. 4. Lord Vishnu is the preservation aspect of the entire universe, and existence is actively maintained and manifested through his will. 5. The birth of Lord Narasimha is celebrated with joy and faith on the 14th day of the bright half-moon, which corresponds to April-May in the Gregorian calendar. 6. He has been portrayed in more than 74 aspects based on the weapons he holds in his pose. However, there are 9 aspects which are the most famous. 7. It is said that he appears to save his followers from danger. For instance, Adi Shankaracharya, who was an 8th century Indian theologian and philosopher, was saved by Narasimha when he was being sacrificed to Kali, the goddess of time, death, and doom. 8. He gives the benediction of being able to venerate Sri Sri Radha Krishna and to live peacefully and calmly without disturbance in the holy Dham. 9. He is the main figure within the famous Holi festival, a springtime celebration that takes place on the last full moon of the lunar month, during which aspects of his times are recreated. 10. The two most famous temples dedicated to Lord Narasimha are both located in the state of Andhra Pradesh. 11. He is usually described in iconography with a human torso and lower body, with a lion's claws and face, commonly with the Asura Hiranyakashipu in his lap, whom he is in the process of killing. 12. According to the Sthala Puranas, which tell the stories of specific temples and shrines, the self-incarnated Nrsimha was first adored and venerated by his devotee Prahlada, the son of the demon Hiranyakashipu, as Rakshasa king and reincarnation of one of Lord Vishnu's doorkeepers. 13. Demon Hiranyakashipu tried various methods to kill Prahlada. Nevertheless, the Lord protected him each and every time. Finally, in anger, Hiranyakashipu asked his son, "Where is this god of yours that you keep speaking of?" To which Prahlada said, "He is present everywhere." 14. After, Hiranyakashipu asks whether Lord Vishnu is in the pillar by hitting that pillar. Then the pillar breaks. A half-man and half-lion come out that is none other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu in the form of Lord Nrsimha. Then and there he kills Hiranyakashipu and crowns Prahlada as the king. 15. According to scholars, Nrsimha's half-lion, half-man appearance allowed him to circumvent the boon received by Hiranyakashipu, which protected him from being killed by any animal or human. 16. More specifically, Hiranyakashipu asks for this boon from Lord Brahma, and with it around him, he would not die either in space or upon the earth, nor in water, nor in fire, neither inside nor outside of a home, neither during the day nor at night, nor by any animal, human, or god, neither by animate or by inanimate being. 17. The demon king Hiranyakashipu was killed with the nails of the Lord, and no weapon was used during the twilight, neither in the day or under darkness. 18. Once the Lord tore the Asura into pieces, his temper and rage would not subside. He was moving everywhere with a terrible form of red eyes. 19. Because of his great anger, the three worlds were trembling in complete terror. All the gods were scared. And under Lord Brahma's leadership, they approached Shiva, the Supreme, to pacify this angry Lord. 20. Nrsimha Jayanti celebrates the avatar of Lord Vishnu, who killed the Asura Hiranyakashipu, father of Prahlada, one of the greatest followers of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There are several potent mantras for seeking protection from Lord Vishnu's half-lion incarnation. They are: I bow down to Nrsimha, who is ferocious and heroic like the Supreme Lord Vishnu. He is burning from each side. He is terrific, auspicious, and the death of death personified. And then the Gayatri mantra, which says, Om. Let me meditate on the God who is the Lion Man. O God who has diamond claws, give me higher intellect, and let him illumine my mind with understanding. God is a person. Even though God is widely recognized as the greatest person, His form and personality are not widely known. Even many theists think that, in the ultimate issue, God is formless. Pictures of Lord Krishna playing a flute are commonly dismissed as quaint, mythological representations of the ineffable, faceless, divine. However, there is overwhelming evidence suggesting that the Supreme Person is not abstract at all. In the Vedas, the oldest and most comprehensive of all world scriptures, one can discover that the Absolute Truth has both impersonal and personal aspects. His eternal, blissful, all-knowing and all-attractive personality tend to remain hidden behind His all-pervasive majesty and overwhelming greatness. Since everything in our experiences has form and quality, it makes sense that the source of all sources should also, and to an infinite degree. As drops of ocean have the ocean's qualities in minute degree, our forms and personalities are infinitesimal samples of the infinite, Supreme Person. We are not these bodies. By His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. O descendant of Bharat, he who dwells in the body is eternal and can never be slain. Therefore you need not grieve for any creature. Bhagavad Gita 2:30. The very first step in self-realization is realizing one's identity as separate from the body. I am not this body. I am spirit soul, is an essential realization for anyone who wants to transcend death and enter into the spiritual world beyond. It is not simply a matter of saying, I am not this body, but actually realizing it. This is not as simple as it may seem at first. Although we are not these bodies, but are pure consciousness, somehow or other, we have become encased with the bodily dress. If we actually want the happiness and independence that transcends death, we have to establish ourselves and remain in our constitutional position as pure consciousness. Living in the bodily conception, our idea of happiness is like that of a man in delirium. Some philosophers claim that this delirious condition of bodily identification should be cured by abstaining from any action. Because these material activities have been a source of distress for us, they claim that we should actually stop all activity. Their culmination of perfection is a kind of Buddhist nirvana, in which no activities are performed at all. Buddha maintained that somehow or other, if these material elements are separated or dismantled, the cause of suffering is removed. If the tax collector gives us too much difficulty because we happen to possess a large house, one simple solution is to destroy the house. Beyond this combination of material elements, there is a spirit, and the symptom of that spirit is consciousness. Consciousness cannot be denied. A body without consciousness is a dead body. As soon as consciousness is removed from the body, the mouth will not speak, the eye will not see, nor will the ears hear. A child can understand that. It is a fact that consciousness is absolutely necessary for the animation of the body. Just as heat or smoke are symptoms of fire, so consciousness is the symptom of the soul. The energy of the soul or self is produced in the shape of consciousness. Indeed, consciousness proves that the soul is present. This is not only the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita, but the conclusion of all Vedic literature. We are not these bodies. The impersonalist school of Sankaracharya, as well as the Vaishnavas following in the disciplic succession from Lord Krishna, acknowledge the factual existence of the soul, but the Buddhist philosophers do not. The Buddhists contend at a certain stage the combination of matter produces consciousness. But this argument is refuted by the fact that although we have all the constituents of matter at our disposal, we cannot produce consciousness from them. All of the material elements are present in a dead man, but we cannot revive this man to consciousness. This body is not like a machine. When a part of the body breaks down, it can be replaced and the machine will work again. But when the body breaks down and consciousness leaves the body, there is no possibility of our replacing the broken part and rejuvenating the body's consciousness. The soul is different from the body, and as long as the soul is there, the body is animate. But there is no possibility of making the body animate in the absence of the soul. Because we cannot perceive the soul by our gross senses, we deny it. Actually, there are so many things that are there that we cannot see. We cannot see air, radio waves, or sound, nor can we perceive minute bacteria with our blunt senses. But this does not mean that they are not there. By the aid of the microscope and other instruments, many things can be perceived which had previously been denied by the imperfect senses. Just because the soul, which is atomic in size, has not yet been perceived by senses or instruments, we should not conclude that it is not there. It can, however, be perceived by its symptoms and effects. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna points out that all of our miseries are due to false identification with the body. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of heat and cold, happiness and distress, and their disappearance in due course, are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O scion of Bharat, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Bhagavad Gita 2:14. In the summertime, we may feel pleasure from contact with water, but in the winter, we may shun that very water because it is too cold. In either case, the water is the same, but we perceive it as pleasant or indeed painful due to its contact with the body. All feelings of distress and happiness are due to the body. Under certain conditions, the body and mind feel happiness and distress. Factually, we are hankering after happiness, for the soul's constitutional position is that of happiness. The soul is part and parcel of the Supreme Being, who is the embodiment of knowledge, bliss, and eternity. Indeed, the very name Krishna, which is non-sectarian, means the greatest pleasure. Krishna is the epitome of pleasure, and being part and parcel of him, we hanker for pleasure. A drop of ocean water has all the properties of the ocean itself, and we, though minute particles of the Supreme Whole, have the same energetic properties of the Supreme. The atomic soul, although so small, is moving the entire body to act in many wonderful ways. In the world we see so many cities, highways, bridges, great buildings, monuments, and civilization. But who has done all this? It is all done by the minute spiritual spark within the body. If such wonderful things can be performed by the minute spiritual spark, we cannot begin to imagine what can be accomplished by the supreme spiritual whole. The natural hankering of the minute spiritual spark is for the qualities of the whole, knowledge, bliss, and eternity. But these hankerings are being frustrated due to the material body. The information on how to attain the soul's desire is given within the Bhagavad Gita. At present, we are trying to attain eternity, bliss, and knowledge by means of an imperfect instrument. Actually, our progress towards these goals is being blocked by the material body. Therefore, we have to come to the realization of our existence beyond the body. Theoretical knowledge that we are not these bodies will not do. We have to keep ourselves always separate as masters of the body, not as servants. If we know how to drive a car well, it will give us good service. But if we do not know how, we will be in danger. The body is composed of the senses, and the senses are always hungry after their objects. The eyes see a beautiful person and tell us, "Oh, there is a beautiful girl, a beautiful boy, let's go see." The ears are telling us, "Oh, that's very nice music, let us go hear it." The tongue is saying, "Oh, there is a very nice restaurant with palatable dishes, let us go." In this way, the senses are dragging us from one place to another, and because of this, we are perplexed. As a boat in the water is swept away by a strong wind, even one of the senses which the mind focuses on can carry away a man's intelligence. Bhagavad Gita 2:6-7. It is imperative that we learn how to control the senses. The name Goswami is given to someone who has learned to master the senses. Go means senses, and Swami means controller of. So one who can control the senses is to be considered a Goswami. Krishna indicates that one who identifies with the illusory material body cannot establish himself in his proper identity as spirit soul. Bodily pleasures are flickering and intoxicating, and we cannot actually enjoy it because of its momentary nature. Actual pleasure is of the soul, not the body. We have to mold ourselves in such a way that we will not be diverted by bodily pleasure. If somehow we are diverted, it is not possible for us to establish our consciousness in its true identity beyond the body. In the minds of those who are too addicted to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal with the subject of the three modes of material nature. Rise above these modes, O Arjuna. Be transcendental to all of them. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established firmly within the self. Bhagavad Gita 2:4-4 and 4:5. The word Veda means book of knowledge. There are many books of knowledge which vary according to the country, population, environment, etc. In India, the books of knowledge are referred to as the Vedas. In the West, they are called the Old and New Testament. The Mohammedans accept the Quran. But what is the purpose for all of these books of knowledge? They are to train us to understand our position as pure soul. Their purpose is to restrict bodily activities by certain rules and regulations. And these rules and regulations are known as codes of morality. The Bible, for instance, has 10 commandments intended to regulate our lives. The body must be controlled in order for us to reach the highest perfection. And without regulative principles, it is not possible to perfect our lives. The regulated principles may differ from country to country or from scripture to scripture, but that doesn't matter, for they are made according to the time and circumstance and mentality of the people. But the principle of regulated control is the same. Similarly, the government sets down certain regulations to be obeyed by its citizens. There is no possibility of making advancement in government or civilization without some regulations. Sri Krishna tells Arjuna the regulative principles of the Vedas are meant to control the three modes of material nature, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance. However, Krishna is advising Arjuna to establish himself in his pure constitutional position as spirit's soul, beyond the dualities of material nature. As we have already pointed out, these dualities, such as heat and cold, pleasure and pain, arise due to contact of the senses with their objects. In other words, they are born of identification with the body. Krishna indicates that those who are devoted to enjoyment and power are carried away by the words of the Vedas which promise pain or heavenly enjoyment by sacrifice and regulated activity. Enjoyment is our birthright, for it is the characteristic of the spirit soul. But the spirit soul tries to enjoy materially, and that is a mistake. Everyone is turning to material subjects for enjoyment, and is compiling as much knowledge as possible. Someone is becoming a chemist, politician, artist, or whatever. Everyone knows something of everything, and everything of something, and that is generally known as knowledge. But as soon as we leave the body, all of this knowledge is vanquished. In a previous life, one may be a great man of knowledge, but in this life, he must start again by going to school and learning how to read from the very beginning. Whatever knowledge was acquired in the previous life is now forgotten. The situation is that we are actually seeking eternal knowledge, but this cannot be acquired by this material body. We are all seeking enjoyment through these material bodies. But bodily enjoyment is not actual enjoyment. It is artificial. We have to understand that if we want to continue in this artificial enjoyment, we will not be able to attain our position of eternal enjoyment. The body must be considered a diseased condition. A diseased man cannot enjoy himself properly. A man with jaundice, say, will taste sugar candy as bitter, but a healthy man can taste its sweetness. In either case, the sugar candy is the same, but according to our condition, it tastes different. Unless we are cured of this diseased conception of bodily life, we cannot taste the sweetness of spiritual life. Indeed, it will taste bitter to us. At the same time, by increasing our enjoyment of material life, we are further complicating our diseased condition. A typhoid patient cannot eat solid food, and if someone gives it to him to enjoy and he eats it, he is further complicating his malady and endangering his life. If we really want freedom from the miseries of material existence and the body, we must minimize our demands and pleasures. Actually, material enjoyment is not enjoyment at all. Real enjoyment does not cease. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the real enjoyer, and the Bhagavad Gita confirms this. The sages, knowing me as the ultimate enjoyer of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attain peace from the pangs of material misery. Bhagavad Gita 5:2-9. Our enjoyment comes from understanding our position as the enjoyed. The real enjoyer is the Supreme Lord, and we are enjoyed by Him. Although Krishna is the enjoyer, and we the enjoyed, the enjoyment can be participated in equally by everyone. Our enjoyment can be perfected when we participate in the enjoyment of God. There is no possibility in our enjoying separately on the bodily platform. Material enjoyment on the gross bodily platform is discouraged throughout the Bhagavad Gita. O son of Kunti, non-permanent appearance of heat and cold, happiness and distress, and their disappearance in due course, are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise only from sense perception, O scion of Bharat, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Bhagavad Gita 2:14. The gross material body is a result of the interaction of the modes of material nature, and it is doomed to destruction. Only the material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is subject to destruction. Therefore fight, O descendant of Bharata. Bhagavad Gita 2:18. Krishna therefore encourages us to transcend the bodily conception of life and attain our actual spiritual life. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, he can become free from birth, death, disease, and old age, and their distresses, and can enjoy the nectar even in this life. Bhagavad Gita 14:20. To establish ourselves on the pure Brahma-Bhuta spiritual platform, above the three modes of material nature, we must take up this method of Krishna consciousness. The gift of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the chanting of the names of Krishna, and it is employed by the highest transcendentalists. It is how the transcendentalists realize their identity beyond birth and death, beyond the material body, and transfer themselves from the material universe to the spiritual universes. This method is called Bhakti Yoga or Mantra Yoga. What is soul? The soul, or self called Atma, is described as a separated minute fragment of God called the Supersoul, or Paramatma. As the analogy suggests, the self and the superself are simultaneously one with and also different from each other. They are most assuredly the same in quality, for both the soul and the supersoul are Brahman, or spirit. Yet they differ in quantity. Since the superself, Param Brahman, the supreme Brahman, is infinitely great, while the individual selves are infinitesimally small, because souls are spiritual. Their original home is the spiritual sky. Almost all souls dwell there. These are called eternally liberated souls. Only a tiny minority of souls inhabit this material world, and they are called conditioned souls. You may think of souls as small samples of God. Hence, they possess a minute quality of that freedom which God possesses in full. Although they are eternal, full of knowledge and bliss, and although their dharma or essential nature is to serve God, they may still, in the exercise of that freedom, willfully turn away from divine service. Thereupon these souls fall into the inhospitable realm of the external material energy. Because all souls are constitutionally servants, even the rebellious souls remain under God's control, but that control is now exercised indirectly and unfavorably through the agency of the material nature. Souls do not have the freedom not to be controlled by God, but they do choose freely how they wish to be controlled. Those who will not voluntarily be controlled by the Lord are controlled involuntarily by material nature. For this reason, spiritual souls become incarcerated within matter. The presence of spirit within the material world is disclosed immediately to us by consciousness. Consciousness is the symptom of the soul. It is the current or the energy of the soul. Consciousness does not arise as a byproduct of the material energy. A material object like a table or a chair is entirely an object and is in no way a subject. It does not undergo experiences. It has no significance for itself. However, an embodied soul, a living being on the other hand, is a subject. It has significance for itself as well as for others. It undergoes experiences. The claim that the soul is a metaphysical entity beyond all possible experience is simply false. Not only do we experience the soul is the very condition for our having any experiences at all. The material elements of which living bodies are made are traditionally given as 8: earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. They are arranged in sequence from the grossest to the subtlest. That is, from the most apparent to our senses to the least. The first 5 are the gross elements, Mahabhutas. The last 3, the subtle elements, Sukshma Bhutas. The gross elements become more intelligible to us when translated as solids, liquids, gases, radiant energy, and space. The subtle elements, taken together, make up what we in the West generally call the mind. The subtle elements, manas or mind, is the locus of habit, of normal thinking, feeling, and willing, according to one's established mindset. Buddhi, or intelligence, is the higher faculty of discrimination and judgment. It determines mindsets and comes to the fore when we undergo conversions or paradigm shifts. Ahankara, or the sense of self, is the faculty by which the embodied soul assumes a false or illusory identity within the material world. Conditioned souls attain human form after transmigrating upward through the scale of beings. Therefore, they become capable of self-realization and liberation. Liberation means giving up the false identification of the self with the gross and subtle material coils, and regaining one's original spiritual form as a servant of God. Even in the conditioned state, the soul always remains a spiritual being. Like a dreamer who projects his identity onto an illusory dream self, the conditioned soul acquires a false sense of matter. Although the self is by nature eternal, full of bliss, and full of knowledge, this elemental nature too becomes covered by illusion. Identifying with the material body, the soul is plunged into the nightmare of history, trapped in the revolutions of repeated birth and death, known as samsara. This false identification by the embodied souls with their psycho-physical coverings is the cause of all their suffering. The quest by conditioned souls for happiness in this world inevitably fails. The eternal souls naturally seek eternal happiness, and yet they seek it where all happiness is temporary. The fulfillment of the most common and basic desire, that of self-preservation, has not once met with success. Indeed, the deluded souls do not know that matters are just the opposite of the way they seem. Gratification of the senses is in fact the generator of suffering, not happiness. That is because each act of sense gratification intensifies the soul's false identification with the material body. Consequently, when the body undergoes disease and death, the materially absorbed living beings experience all these as happening to themselves. Death is an illusion. They have imposed upon themselves owing to their desire to enjoy in this world. So enjoying, their agony continues unabated. A mind brimming with unfulfilled yearnings propels them at the time of death into new material bodies to begin yet another round. Fallen souls have been granted a false material identity because they reject their authentic spiritual identity. The traces of that rejection are found everywhere. We see that all organisms from microbes on up are driven by the mechanism of desire and hate, by approach and avoidance. Death is an illusion they have imposed upon themselves owing to their desire to enjoy in this world. So enjoying, their agony continues unabated. A mind brimming with unfulfilled yearnings propels them at the time of death into new material bodies to begin yet another round. Fallen souls have been granted a false material identity because they reject their authentic spiritual identity. The traces of that rejection are found everywhere. We see that all organisms, from microbes on up, are driven by the mechanism of desire and hate, by approach and avoidance. This duality is the reverberation of the original sinful will that propelled them into this world in the first place. When souls enter the material kingdom, they are provided with a sequence of false identities, costumes, if you will, fabricated out of the material energy, along with an inventory of objects which they think they can dominate and enjoy. Even so, the Lord accompanies them in their wanderings, dwelling in their hearts as He works to bring about their eventful rectification and return from exile. When the soul, in the depth of his being, again turns to God, the Lord happily makes all arrangements for his inauthentic, illusory life to end. The renovation of real life is called Bhakti Yoga, reconnecting the soul with the supersoul, Yoga, by loving devotional service, Bhakti. Bhakti rests upon the principle that desire and activity are not in themselves bad. Soul itself is the source of desire and activity. The original, pure desire of the soul is to satisfy the senses of the Lord. This is called prema, or love. When souls contact matter, their love becomes transformed into lust, kama, which is the desire to satisfy one's own senses. The practice of Bhakti Yoga reconverts lust into love. Desire is not suppressed or repressed. It is purified. One may call this sublimation. However, it must be understood that when desire is thus sublimated, it returns to its own natural and aboriginal state. The world, the body with its senses, and the sense objects are not to be enjoyed, but neither are they to be renounced. This world is God's energy, and it should not be decried as false or evil. Rather, the elements of this world are to be engaged in divine service. When that is done, the veil of illusion is lifted, and everything and everyone is seen in its true identity, in relationship to God. The way to see divinity everywhere and in everything is to use everything in the Lord's service. God is the first of fact, but our materially contaminated senses cannot perceive him. When, however, the senses become purified by being engaged in the Lord's service, they regain their capacity to perceive God directly. Such purified souls are fully joyful. They neither hanker nor lament. Their happiness does not depend upon the course of circumstance. They see all living beings the same. They see that all the agony and hopelessness of the world is exorcised when the illusion that has rendered us oblivious to our own identity is dispelled. And they engage themselves in the highest welfare work of rousing sleeping souls from their nightmare. For themselves, they take no mind of what becomes of the future of their lives. Because they have no material desires, there is no further birth for them in this world. Instead, they attain their original spiritual forms in the kingdom of God, spiritual bodies, suitable for pastimes of love with the Lord himself. Part 6. Paramatma. The living entity, by accepting his material existence, has become situated differently than in his spiritual existence. But if one understands that the Supreme is situated in his Paramatma manifestation everywhere, that is, if one can see the presence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in every living being, he does not degrade himself by a destructive mentality, and he therefore gradually advances to the spiritual world. The mind is generally addicted to sense gratification. But when the mind turns to the Supersoul, one becomes advanced in spiritual understanding. This attainment of the Brahman conception of life is the first stage of self-realization. At this stage, the Brahman-realized person is transcendental to the material position, but he is not actually perfect in Brahman realization. If he wants, he can continue to stay in the Brahman position and then gradually rise up to the Paramatma realization, and then to the realization of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There are many examples of this in the Vedic literature. The 4 Kumaras were first situated in the impersonal Brahman conception of truth, but then they gradually rose to the platform of devotional service. One who cannot elevate himself beyond the impersonal conception of Brahman runs the risk of falling down. It is well understood that all of the planets are floating in the air only by the energy of the Lord. The Supreme enters into every atom, every planet, and every living being. That is discussed in the Brahma Samhita. It is said there that one plenary portion of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Paramatma, enters into the planets, the universe, the living entity, and even into the heart of every atom. So due to his entrance, everything is appropriately manifested. When the spirit soul is there, a living man can float on the water. But when the living spark is out of the body and the body is dead, the body sinks. The Supreme Lord is situated as Paramatma in the heart of every living entity. And it is from him that all activities are initiated. The living entity forgets everything of his past life, but he has to act according to the direction of the Supreme Lord, who is witness to all of his work. Therefore he begins his work according to his past deeds. Required knowledge is supplied to him, and remembrance too is given to him, and he forgets also about his past life. Paramatma towards the different fruitive results. He is worshipable not only as the impersonal Brahman, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the localized Paramatma, but also as the form of the incarnation of the Vedas. One must be fully convinced that Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his localized aspect as Paramatma, is always within, that he is seeing everything, and he always knows what one intends to do. One must thus have firm faith and conviction that Krishna as Paramatma will take care of a soul surrendered unto him. I shall never be alone, one should think. Even if I live in the darkest regions of a forest, I shall be accompanied by Krishna, and he will give me all protection. That conviction is called abhayam, or fearlessness. Therefore one should worship the Supreme Lord with his energies. Generally, Vaishnava devotees worship the Supreme with his internal energy. His external energy is a perverted reflection of that internal energy. The external energy is a background, but the Supreme Lord, by the expansion of his plenary portion as Paramatma, is situated everywhere. He is the supersoul of all demigods, all human beings, all animals, everywhere, always and forever. One should know, therefore, that as part and parcel of the Supreme, one has his duty to render service unto the Supreme. Everyone should be engaged in devotional service to the Lord in full God consciousness. The Paramatma or Supersoul, who is present within the heart of every living entity, is but a partial representation of Lord Chaitanya. Therefore, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, being the basis of both Brahman and the all-pervading Paramatma as well, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As such, he is full of 6 opulences: wealth, fame, strength, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. In short, we should know that he is Krishna, God, and that nothing is equal to or greater than him. There is nothing superior to be conceived, as he is the Supreme Person. Sri Krishna should be known as the soul of all souls, for he is the soul of all individual souls and the soul of the localized Paramatma as well. In Vrindavan he acted just like a human being to attract people to him and show that he is not formless. The Supreme is as much an individual as other living beings, but he is different in that he is the Supreme and all other living beings are subordinate to him. And it is a fact that all other living beings can enjoy spiritual bliss, eternal life, and full knowledge in his divine association. Because the Lord is on the absolute platform, there is no difference between the holy name of the Lord and the Supreme Lord himself. There are many different names for the Supreme, such as Paramatma, the Supersoul, Brahman, the Supreme Absolute, Narayan, the Transcendental Lord, Gopinath, the enjoyer of the gopis, and Krishna. In this way the Lord has many different names, and these names indicate different functions. The aspect of the Supreme Lord as the Creator is different from his aspect as Narayan. Some of the names of the Lord as the Creator are conceived by materialistic men. One cannot fully realize the essence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by understanding his name as the Creator. The concept of God as the Creator includes only this external feature. In Brahman realization, the 6 opulences are not realized in full, nor is there recognition of eternity, knowledge, and bliss, or Sat, Chit, Ananda. Therefore, Brahman realization is also not a complete understanding of the Supreme, nor is Paramatma realization of the Supersoul within the heart, for the all-pervading nature of the Supreme is but a partial representation of his opulence. According to the Bhagavad Purana, the Supreme is realized in 3 distinct stages. First, there is impersonal Brahman, or the impersonal Absolute. Then the Paramatma, or localized aspect of Brahman. The neutron of the atom may be taken as a representation of Paramatma, who also enters into the heart of the atom. But ultimately, the Supreme Divine Being is realized as the Supreme All-Attractive Person, Krishna, with full and inconceivable potencies of opulence, strength, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. These 6 opulences are fully exhibited by Sri Ram and Sri Krishna when they descend before the human beings. But only a section of human beings, the unalloyed devotees, can recognize Sri Krishna on the authority of the revealed Vedic scriptures. But others are bewildered by the influence of the all-pervasive material energy. One but different. The philosophical truth of simultaneous oneness and difference was propounded by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It is known as Achinta Bheda Bheda Tattva. Brahma, Narada, and all others are simultaneously one with the Lord and different from the Supreme. We are all one with Him, just as the gold ornaments are one in quality with the stock gold. But the individual gold ornament is never equal in quantity with the stock gold. The stock gold is never exhausted, even if there are innumerable ornaments emanating from the stock, because the stock is Purnam, complete. Even if Purnam is deducted from Purnam, still, the Supreme Purnam remains the same Purnam. This fact is inconceivable to our present imperfect senses. Lord Chaitanya therefore defined his theory of philosophy as achinta, inconceivable. And as confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita as well in the Bhagavatam, Lord Chaitanya's theory of achinta bheda bheda tattva is the perfect philosophy of the absolute truth. According to the achinta bheda bheda tattva philosophy, anything which satisfies the senses of the Supreme Lord is also the Supreme Lord. For example, Sri Vrindavan Dham is non-different from Sri Krishna. Because at Vrindavan the Lord enjoys the transcendental bliss of his internal potency, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Although the Lord is not attached to the external energy, he is nonetheless the master of it. The philosophy of Lord Chaitanya, upholding that the Lord is simultaneously one with and different from his creation, achinta bheda bheda tattva, is very easily understandable in this connection. The planet Earth explains that although the Lord is attached to the external energy, he is completely free from the activities of the external energy. The Lord is always situated within his internal energy. Sunshine is light, the sun globe itself is light, and the sun god is also light. However, the sunshine is not identical with the sun god Vivasvan. This is the meaning of simultaneously one and different, achinta bheda bheda tattva. All of the planets rest on the sunshine, and because of the heat of the sun they all revolve in their orbits. On each and every planet, the trees and plants grow and change colors due to the sunshine only. Being the rays of the sunshine is non-different from the sun. As fire appears separate from wood, and as the air flowing through the nostrils and mouth of the body appears separate from the body, so the Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appears separate from the living being, but is actually separate and not separate simultaneously. This is the philosophy of achinta bheda bheda tattva propounded by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. According to the reactions of karma, the living being appears separate from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but actually he is very intimately related to the Lord. The word param means the supreme cause. The aparam means the effect. The supreme cause is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the effect is material nature. The living entities, both moving and non-moving, are controlled by the instructions of art and science, and therefore they are all expansions of the external energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the center as the Supersoul. The Brahmandas, the universes, exist during the breath of the Supreme Lord. Thus they are also within the womb of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Mahavishnu. Nothing therefore is separate from the Supreme Lord. This is the philosophy of Achinta Bheda Bheda Tattva. When one is completely in knowledge of Aham Brahmasmi, he thinks, I am part of the Supreme Lord. My body is made of his material energy, and therefore I have no separate existence. Yet although the Supreme Lord is spread everywhere, he is different from me. An example given in this regard is that of the aroma within the earth. In the earth there are aromas and colors, but one cannot see them. Actually, we find that when flowers grow from the earth, they appear with different colors and aromas, which they have certainly gathered from the earth, although in the earth we cannot see them. The Lord Sri Krishna and his plenary expansions are all in the category of the Lord himself, the energetic, absolute truth, whereas his devotees, his external associates, are his energies. The energy and energetic are fundamentally one, but since their functions are differently exhibited, they are simultaneously different also. Thus the absolute truth is manifested in diversity in one unit. This philosophical truth, which is pursuant to the Vedanta Sutra, is called Achinta Bheda Bheda Tattva, or the conception of simultaneous oneness and difference. The material world, full of conditioned souls trying to lord it over matter, is a manifestation of the external energy of the Supreme Lord, and the spiritual world, full of perfect servitors of the Lord, is a manifestation of his internal energy. Since all living entities are minute sparks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is the Supreme Soul in both the material and spiritual worlds. The Vaishnavas following Lord Chaitanya stress the doctrine of Achinta Bheda Bheda Tattva, which states that the Supreme Lord, being the cause and effect of everything, is inconceivably, simultaneously one with his manifestations of energy, and indeed different from them. At the beginning of the process of creation, Lord Brahma created the 4 Kumaras. As the Kumaras were born from the mind by just a desire of Brahma, they are referred to as his Manasaputras. Their names are Sanak, Sanandana, Sanata, and Sunat Kumar. When the 4 Kumaras came into existence, they were all embodiments of pure qualities. They did not have any sign of negative qualities like being proud, anger, attachment, lust, or material desires. Now, Lord Brahma had created these 4 Kumaras so that they could help in the process of creation. However, Kumaras refused his order to procreate and instead devoted themselves to God and celibacy, known as brahmachari. They then requested their father for the boon of remaining perpetually 5 years old. Due to the boon from their father Brahma and the strength of their tapasya, the 4 Kumaras did look like they were 5 years old. Jai and Vijay, the gatekeepers of Vaikuntha, stopped the Kumaras at the gate, thinking them to be mere children. They told the Kumaras that Sri Vishnu was resting and that they could not see him now. Sanat Kumar replied that the Lord loves his devotees and is therefore always available to them. You, he said, are no one from stopping us from seeing our dear Lord. But the gatekeepers Jai and Vijay didn't understand their point and kept on arguing with them. Now the Kumara brothers were very pure, and thus had no trigunas of Maya in them, Satogun, Rajogun, or Tamogun. And by the plan of the Lord, they had to teach his gatekeepers an important lesson. But now enraged Kumaras cursed the gatekeepers Jai and Vijay that they would have to give up their divinity and be born as mortals on the earth. Now when Jai and Vijay were cursed by the Kumaras at the gateway of Vaikuntha Loka, Sri Vishnu appeared before them, and the gatekeepers requested that Sri Vishnu lift the curse of the Kumaras. But Vishnu said that the curse of the Kumaras could not be reverted. Instead, he gave Jai and Vijay 2 options. The first was to take 7 births on earth as a devotee of Vishnu, while the second was to take 3 births as his enemy. After serving either of these sentences, they could retain their statue at Vaikuntha and be with him permanently. Jai and Vijay could not bear the thought of staying away from Vishnu for 7 long lives, so they agreed to the second option, to become his enemy. In the first birth as an enemy to Vishnu, Jai and Vijay were born as Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu in Satya Yuga. Hiranyaksha was an asura or demon, the son of Diti and Kashyapati Rishi. He was slain by Lord Vishnu after he, Hiranyaksha, took the earth to the bottom of what has been described as the cosmic ocean. It was then that Lord Vishnu assumed the avatar of a boar, Varaha, and dove into the ocean to lift the earth in the process of slaying Hiranyaksha, who was obstructing him. He had an elder brother named Hiranyakashipu, who, after having undertaken penances which made him incredibly powerful and invincible unless several conditions were met, was later slain by Lord Nrsimha, another incarnation of Vishnu. In the next Tretya Yuga, Jai and Vijay were born as Ravana and Kumbhakarna, and were killed by Lord Vishnu in his forms as Ramachandra and Lakshman. At the end of Dwapara Yuga, Jai and Vijay were born into their 3rd birth as Shishupala and Dantavarka, an enemy of Jarasandha, a friend of Shishupal, and an enemy of Vasudeva Krishna. And so Lord Krishna appeared himself along with Balaram and killed them personally. In this way, Jai and Vijay attained liberation after 3 births.
Radhe 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 Bolo Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 bolo, Radhe Govinda bolo. 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 Radhe 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 bolo, Radhe Govinda bolo.
Oh, deep blue Lord of my heart, show me your unmasked face, shining like 1,000 suns in an empty sky. Oh, ragged soul, unleash me from the body, free me from mind, release me from the iron grip of the senses, banish me forever from this weary world. Dear Redeemer, I bow to you by the reedy river, see you in the trees, gather you in the harvest, breathe you in the morning breeze. Soul shaker, shake loose my pride, turn me upside down, drown me in your foaming tide. Lord Shri Krishna, smiling cowherd of Vrindavan, allow me entrance into your abode, but only as a speck of dust along your road, or a feather fallen from your proud peacocks, a drop of water in your ocean. Nothing grand may I be, but grand enough to live with thee.
Radhe 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 bolo, Radhe Govinda bolo. 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 Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
is Sripad Jagannath Das? Sripad Jagannath Das was born in Rochester, New York, in the early afternoon of September 11th, 1953. As a child, he experienced many spontaneous spiritual episodes centered around the realization of the reality of God, transmigration, and the soul. Jagannath is a student of the 5,000-year-old non-sectarian devotional yoga path. At 15, he began the serious practice of Bhakti Yoga as taught by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the foremost exponent of the science of self-realization in the modern world. 3 years later, he traveled to London to personally study with his master after having spent time as a brahmachari, or celibate student, in a Tampa, Florida ashram under Pushta Krishna Swami. At 21, Jagannath traveled alone to India, living in the beautiful village of Mala, just outside Rishikesh, and also in Vrindavan, Uttar Pradesh. Following 3 years of intensive study and meditation, he made his way back to the United States. There, under his secular name of Jeffrey Giuliano, he became the internationally best-selling author of over 32 books and 1,000 audiobooks, all on the subject of spirituality, yoga philosophy, popular music, and culture. When he was 30, he took formal initiation from His Grace Swami B.H. Mangal Maharaj in Toronto, along with his wife Vrindarani Devi. Together they established a large country ashram, Krishna temple, food bank, recording complex, and animal sanctuary in Lockport, New York. At the age of 40, however, Das began to slowly wind down his various business activities in order to fulfill the prophecy of his time in India and the wish of his spiritual masters that he help spread the inspirational tenets of bhakti in the Gaudiya Vaishnav tradition everywhere. Jagannath then moved to Bangkok, where he became a popular film actor, and in 2017 established an audiobook company, Icon Audio Arts, which he runs today with his young son, Eden Garrett Giuliano. They split their time between Thailand and India.
We hope you've enjoyed this Inner Lion Media presentation. Inner Lion Media. Thank you for listening.